justice for all.
Welcome to tonight's Independence Township Planning Commission meeting. Agenda for tonight's meeting are at the table at the entrance of the room. Agendas and minutes of prior meetings are available on the township website. We will conduct this meeting in accordance with the agenda as it may be amended this evening by the Planning Commission. Other individuals participating in the meeting tonight include our Dick Carlisle of our planning consultant, Helen Morani of Nowak and Frost, Brian Ottman, our planning director. At this time, I would like to ask our secretary to conduct a roll call.
Bill Scarborough.
Here.
Joe Sucher.
Here.
Melinda Billings here. Brian Galley.
Here.
Jason Borsheim.
Here.
Ron Ritchie.
Here.
Tom Patel.
Here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
could I make a comment?
Yeah.
Just a general one. Okay, it's nice to see everybody here. It's to be involved. There were times when I've come to meetings when nobody has been here. But I'd just like to make a couple comments if I could. Three of us up here were recently appointed to this commission. The Board of Trustees and the supervisor felt a change was necessary. And a change in direction was desirable, one in which more concern was paid to the residents' desires and less desire for not more density, less traffic, preservation of open green space, preservation of natural resources. This would require less emphasis on development. This, to me, means paying more attention to what the goals of the township's master plan are, which, by the way, the planning department is under the process of modifying it right now, updating it, I guess I should say. And also pay attention to the zoning laws in place instead of bending them all the time, written to move the township in the direction that's in the master plan, which you should see. So I think more attention is gonna be paid to residents' concerns and that the rules that we have in place should be followed, and that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here.
Next item is approval of the agenda. Does anybody have any suggested changes?
That wasn't one of them?
I didn't make it out if it was. Anybody, changes to the agenda? If not, how about a motion
I'll
from
move to
someone?
approve the agenda as presented.
Support?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Agenda is approved. The next item is public comments for items not on the agenda. I need to emphasize, this is for items not on the agenda. We have two agenda items for public hearings tonight. And, excuse me, you will be given the opportunity to talk on those items when we get to them. So this is an opportunity for members of our community, residents of our community, to talk about items that are not on the agenda. I will first open it up to people here in person, and then after everybody has had a chance to spoke, I will open it up to people who are also in attendance online. We ask that you address your comments to the commission, and in order to keep the meeting moving and keep us from not being here until midnight, we ask you to be brief and to the point. And when you're recognized, please come to the podium, state your name and address. And please turn your cell phones off. So, having said that, I will open the public, no, I'm sorry. Before I do that, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I will open it to public comment for items not on the agenda. Anybody like to say anything?
It kind of relates to what's on the agenda.
Well, if it's on the agenda, I ask that you kindly wait until we get to that.
It's not on the agenda.
What's it regarding?
It's regarding this lot at Big Lake Road in Dixie.
That is on the agenda.
The lot next to it that's in Springfield Township, they're talking about moving the road over, so it
That's-
ends up to Deer Hill.
That's on the agenda. We will discuss that when we get there. Yeah, thank you. Anybody else? How about online? Nobody online has any comments? Okay, I will open I will close the public comment for items not on the agenda. The next item is a public hearing. There are two aspects to this public hearing. One is for a wetland permit, and the other is for rezoning. I'll get into a little more detail when we get to those. And they both pertain to pretty much the same project. And both issues are pretty much, in my mind, interwoven. So the way I would like to handle this is I would like to give Dick the opportunity, for the benefit of the audience, the people online and here, to provide an overview of the project.
For the first time, you're going to be seeing me wear reading glasses, not because of any fault of yours, but I just recently had cataract surgery, and I'm still getting my reading vision back. So anyway, this public application is pertaining to a site that is currently zoned C4 General Commercial. It's a 2.4 acre triangular site, which is more or less a part of a much larger parcel that used to be intact. What is going on here, by the way? That is largely intact, was once intact, over which we had a mixed-use commercial office PUD development proposal a number of years ago. Some of you may know that the adjacent parcel, the larger parcel to the southwest, is owned by Oakland County, and it was intended to be used to build a new district courthouse. It is our understanding that the county no longer has any intention on doing that, and the property is now up for sale. So I wanted to put that into context, that this 2.6 acre parcel is a triangular shaped parcel, and I think we know that the proposal is to build a gasoline station convenience store in this location. The wetland issue itself pertains to a depression on the site that is 0.15 acre, which is roughly 6,600 square feet in size. To put that into context, that's roughly the footprint of a large fast food restaurant, that size, okay? 6,600 square feet out of a total of 2.4 acres. And it's somewhat centrally located. The depression itself is somewhat centrally located on the site. As the course of things happen in Independence Township, when we are vetting a development proposal, we had multiple meetings with the applicant. And in the course of the whole process, the applicant themselves had a wetland evaluation done by an environmental firm, a reputable environmental firm named ASTI, who did determine that there was this small wetland on the site, but no other wetlands that would be subject to state regulation under EGLE, the State Department that regulates wetlands. And we do have a letter on file from EGLE acknowledging that it is not a state-regulated wetland. In the case of the environmental report from ASTI, they did indicate that it is likely that it would be regulated by the township. So upon receiving that from Brian's office to our office, and we have a wetland specialist in our office, she did agree that it would be, on the basis of ASTI's opinion, that we would indeed regulate this 0.15 acre. Now, regulate means simply that they have to file a permit for our determination as to whether the wetland can or should be disturbed. Just as a preference, Mr. Chairman, there is exceptional authority granted to local government to regulate wetlands that are less than 2 acres in size. But with that exceptional authority, it places a greater burden on the regulating body's responsibility to ensure that this wetland it meets certain standards for preservation. So that is why in Independence Township, we've had a wetlands ordinance since 1984. And these new rules came into place, I believe, in 1996 when the state amended the State Wetlands Act. So what the applicant's proposing to do is, because of the location of this wetland, is to essentially fill it and to mitigate the impact of that wetland by purchasing credits in our existing township wetland bank. We have developed a wetland bank in this township that is part of our regional drain. It's 6 acres approximately of wetlands to the south of here that we sell credits in. To date, we've only sold credits for the Arby's project because that's been the only, wetland disturbance that we've had that is locally regulated. Now, if you disturb a state-regulated wetland, you may be mitigating under the state's rules and either mitigating, on-site or purchasing mitigation credits in a wetland bank or mitigating even off-site from that standpoint. But because this is a locally regulated wetland, they do have the ability to request from the township the ability to purchase credits in our existing wetland bank. In the evaluation, there's a couple of things about this. If you look at the historical aerial photos of this site, Oakland County, by the way, if you're ever interested, you can go back in the area of the township back to 1940 and find historical aerial photographs. It's pretty interesting, we discovered when the site across the street was being developed, what's the name of the apartment project?
Encore at Deer Hill.
Yeah, Deer Hill. Then a lot of this area was disturbed when I-75 was being built and the interchange was being constructed. And so you will notice that on both sides of Dixie Highway, this site and the neighboring site appear to have some degree of disturbance during that period of time, probably because they are either being used as staging sites for construction or they're actually being used as borrow sites. So my suspicion is on this overall site that there was something of that nature going on because the nature of the topography on this entire site is quite varied. And I think that's kind of typical with this particular site. The other interesting characteristic about this site is the fact that you've got Buckeye Pipeline running along the township border there between this site and the residents in the area that is just to the northwest in Springfield Township. From most of the environmental studies done by both ISD and confirmed by our office, this does not contain a hydrological connection to any other body of water. I think you'll hear something about the fact that there's some intermittent drainage that goes into this, and that's, while it was not indicated in the wetland report, and there's no other evidence that indicates that it was observed on the site by some information that was given to us by the Land Conservancy. I'm not shocked if that were to be the case. It's just a matter that, first of all, we have had a lot of rain, and there would, water has a habit of making its own way on particular sites, and this site hasn't been really touched for years, so consequently, to have a drainage area or drainage ditch that might go into this site might not be unusual. However, it's likely this is probably what's called a perched wetland. That means that the water is being prevented from going into the groundwater because there's a clay barrier, a clay layer. None of the rest of the site shows any evidence of what are called hydric soils. And hydric soils are one of the first indicators you have of presence of a wetland. That means that there's soils that have the potential to be saturated with water. They're like a sponge. There's no other evidence of that being the case. Obviously, this depression no doubt has, soils that exhibit those characteristics. So consequently, I mean, that is one of the bases for their request to fill and mitigate this wetland. And I think with that, and the other part of this is that there is also evidence on the site that there is invasive species, non-native vegetation from that standpoint, which would be evidence of this type of wetland that, kind of forms over time because there's a low spot on a particular site. So, Mr. Chairman, I think with that, that's about as much explanation perhaps as I should give.
Did you want to give any kind of explanation on the actual project?
Oh, I'll be happy to.
And
Yeah.
then if, I'll give the applicant an opportunity
Yeah.
to elaborate if they so want.
I'm sorry, I forgot that was part of what I was doing up here. Yeah, what the applicant is proposing to do is construct a 7,500 square foot gasoline station and convenience store, presumably to take advantage of the presence on Dixie Highway and the proximity to the highway interchange. There will be a food service operation located within there, but it will be done without a drive-through. It was originally proposed with a drive-through, but we strongly discouraged that, and they have complied with that and taken that off the plan. There'll be 5 gasoline service pumps. They're going to provide a couple other innovative things on the site, like electric vehicle EV charging stations, 6 of them. And the fuel pump canopy will be powered through solar panels on the top of the canopy. I'm very familiar with the neighboring properties because we worked for Springfield Township for a number of years, and for those residents that may be here that might remember, we had development proposals on that particular portion of the property in Springfield Township near Nadette and Big Lake there for a variety of different proposals, and the township was sued, Springfield Township that is, was sued twice and prevailed twice on preventing that property from being developed in a highly intensive manner. What has happened is that the same owners that own this site and that site in Springfield have sold it to the current applicant. And as part of their proposal, they are proposing to donate the property that is necessary, meaning an entire site in Springfield and a portion of this triangular site in Independence, to facilitate the relocation of Big Lake Road to align with Deer Hill. This is a proposal that has been discussed for a number of years. It was actually actively pursued when the new project along Deer Hill was developed. And in fact, part of our agreement with that developer was to put up some money for a certain period of time. But the two townships were working together on this project, knowing that it's with MDOT and the Road Commission involved, it would likely be a long-term proposition to do this. But the first major obstacle is always to have the property to be able to do that. So consequently, the township attempted to obtain the property from previous owners and was unsuccessful, and that whole prospect died, okay? And because of the time frame in which we had the available money from the other developer, that money has gone away. But the cost of the property was a major component of that project and would have probably been a real challenge for both townships and even the Road Commission to try to purchase those properties. And so part of their proposal is to donate that property should the Planning Commission and the Township Board find this proposal acceptable. The applicant has worked with MDOT and the Road Commission about access to the highway. The access is pushed as far south as has been required by MDOT. We have a traffic study indicating, and Noah Confros may want to speak to that further if you have a question, indicating that the traffic impact is acceptable from that standpoint. and that the location of that driveway is in a safe location. The project also will have a cross-access easement with the property to the south, so that these sites are interconnected, which is actually part of a private agreement between the three owners of all of that vacant property, the county, this piece, and then another piece to the south. And that all happened when the property was sold and without any involvement of the township. So that, I think, describes what this particular proposal is. One other point I want to make is that there is a substantial change in grade from the residents from the rear who back up to Buckeye Pipeline and the gas station site adjacent that is being proposed. And as you'll see, I think the applicant has some evidence of that. Essentially, the site will be substantially lower than the neighboring residence, but then there's also retaining wall and a significant amount of required buffering that we would require to buffer that site from the neighboring residents. A couple other things, they are proposing like a little dog walking area for people that are traveling and a little small park-like seating area. And there's also an area, another area where their signage will go, and there's also the potential area there for a township entry sign to be located there, working all through this at a later date. But those are some of the aspects. Are there any factual questions about that I can ask without any getting into too deep in the weeds here? Or is that sufficient?
All right, Commission, Joe, did you have something?
Yeah, just something that you brought up, that there was gonna be some outside amenities and all that for travelers. Is this aimed at or targeting the needs of travelers or of the residents of this township?
Probably both. I mean, let's be realistic. It is on the expressway. It is near expressway interchange. And so I think it would be unrealistic and probably untruthful to say that they're not certainly targeting bringing people off the highway. On the other hand, we also do receive a substantial amount of local traffic on Dixie Highway. And I would say, I'm not an expert in gas station marketing. Perhaps they can speak to that a little bit further, but my honest answer is I think it's probably targeting both, but perhaps a little more substantially towards pulling people off of 75.
Okay, I guess one more question, since you brought it up. Otherwise, don't want to introduce anything right now. This traffic study, how much of a safety concern for this additional traffic that will be in and out of this site cause? Now, the traffic study you said is acceptable. I don't know what that means in terms of congestion, accidents, blah, 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 the other incidents, White Lake Road and Dixie and all that. So are we asking for more trouble here without the infrastructure being changed first?
Well, the infrastructure will never get changed if we don't have the property, to be honest. That's been the obstacle to change this. In my humble opinion, not as a traffic engineer, but as a planner, you would never design this way if you had a blank slate. You wouldn't have these offsetting intersections like you have Big Lake and Deer Hill, and you can just spend 15 minutes out there on an afternoon or even a morning and see how dysfunctional it is, because you get traffic backing up on Dixie Highway, the northbound traffic, and people trying to turn into Deer Hill, trying to get in, can't get in. And then, Big Lake has certain peak periods, obviously, when certain uses up in that area are letting out and things like that. And so it is a chicken or the egg problem. But I think that, to be perfectly honest, with the property, you have now the means to work with solving what is a major problem there. But
couldn't this all be worked out? Probably not, but we would have access to the property if we agreed to, we could do this, but this has to be done first. I mean, is this our best chance for Independence Township to solve that problem?
Well, the problem with that, the only problem with that, Joe, is that the applicant has no control over how fast we work, but mostly, more honestly, how fast the road agencies work. We've had a lot of success in this township working with MDOT and the road commission on a lot of different projects, but we have a whole lot more that, as you know, that we've got to do in this White Lake. You know, White Lake and Dixie is another great example. But out here, I mean, we've had a lot of cooperation. But as I said to the commission when you asked me this once before, what does it entail? It entails the leadership really going to bat for these things and working together. And it's the leadership in Springfield and the leadership here. And, you know, and obviously we have a lot of moving parts here working with the residents. And, you know, this is would be a huge change for a lot of people. However, the traffic study does say that even under existing conditions, and Nowak and Frous has agreed that this location on the Dixie Highway does not create an inordinate safety problem. Can I say it'll never cause a safety problem? No, every driveway on Dixie Highway causes a safety problem. Everything on that area can cause a problem. But we can only rely upon what the expert traffic engineers say. So,
Yeah, my only point is, and I'm no traffic engineer
yeah.
as well, is that we know we have a problem there. We know it probably was caused in 1920 or something like that, way before we were involved in anything. However, is this the best time to solve this problem for the township? Or if we let this opportunity go by, assuming it is an opportunity, it's never going to get fixed? That's just a hypothetical kind of thing.
I've
I
been
don't
here
have an
43
answer.
years, and I can just say it's never gotten fixed in 43
Okay,
years.
So, I mean, we may.
And it's not without a lot of effort. Yeah.
I mean, we want to make sure we're not making things worse here.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I have a question.
Belinda?
I would like to know, you said we have a wetland bank. Where is our wetland bank?
It would be in the Fountains Golf Course area. I'm going to say 3/4 of a mile south of here. Integrated in with the regional drain. We have detention, and incorporated in those areas, there's a wetland bank in that area.
So it's on the golf course property?
Partly on golf course property, partly partly integrated with our regional drain. So yeah, I'm going to say that's generally the area, because the township has some property there, the Fountains has property there, and it's in that area.
Didn't Blue Heron take over that property, or have some involvement with it now? No?
No, it's completely a township facility. It's all part of it's part of the regional drain, for Sashabaw Regional Drain. It was incorporated in that because we saw that as an opportunity when we created the regional drain that,
The drain they're talking about goes through the golf course and that?
Will you please mute your mics?
Biggest thing the township ever did.
People online, please mute your mic.
we saw that as an opportunity to create a wetland mitigation bank. You know, the whole regional drain project was a very innovative, forward-thinking project. It's to have a regional drain rather than requiring all these little small detention ponds within the Sashabaw Road area, to create a much larger facility that we specially assessed to create. And again, the township self-funded as part of that a wetland bank, so that we had this facility to be able to accommodate the mitigation of all these small wetlands into a much larger, more environmentally beneficial functioning wetland. And that's what the concept, that's what the philosophy and the concept behind it was. It's 5.5 acres in total.
So if they buy these wetland credits, mitigation credits, that puts money into the fund, I assume?
Correct.
How does that get spent?
It's actually a reimbursement to the township, the money that the township's already spent, but it'll also, you know, any additional monies will eventually, will continue to maintain the wetland bank.
And what does one credit equate to?
Cost-wise?
Yes.
You know what, I don't remember. I think it's like $75,000, isn't that, Brian?
Yeah.
I think that's about right, about 75,000.
And who determines how many credits they have to buy?
You do. But it's proportional to the area being disturbed. So usually it's based on the quality of the wetland and things like that, it's usually a 1-to-1, ratio.
Like 1 credit for 1 acre, or
Or,
1
and
credit
in this
for-
case, it would be 0.15 credits for 0.15 acres, yeah.
Okay, yep.
So it's always related to the acre, the credits.
Or a percentage thereof. Like, for example, Arby's, I think theirs was a similar area,
It was about $8,000.
about $8,000, yeah. And that's been the only other local wetland for which mitigation has been required, because we haven't had that many other applications for our own.
Let me see if I understood right, because you said 1 credit equals about 75,000?
That's correct.
Because I thought I heard you say $8,000.
Yeah, because their mitigation, I believe, is .08 acres.
Yeah, it was.
So you can buy a percentage of a credit?
Correct,
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
sorry for that, yeah.
Based on
Yeah.
the size of the
Yeah,
acre.
it's not like an REU.
Okay.
It's a percentage of it's equivalent to the amount being disturbed, yeah.
Any other commission members? Would the applicant like to talk any further about your project? And again, I ask that you don't get into any of the issues that have been raised or things that, site plan issues that need to be addressed or anything, just a general overview of the project.
Yes, sir. So I do
You'll be
have.
given an opportunity later to do that.
Okay, very good. My name is Mike Knowles. I'm with the Umlor Group. Address is 49287 West Road in Wixom. The Umlor Group is representing Michael Yatuma and Red Barn Market. And with me here tonight, I also have Jason Felice. He's our professional engineer with Umlor Group. Vito Pampalona is the general contractor that builds these Red Barn Markets for the Yatumas. And Kevin Brandon, he's the architect that puts these together. I do have about 10 slides when you're ready for it to go through, and Mr. Carlisle did a fine job of talking about this, but sometimes a picture speaks 1,000 words. The general gist of the proposal is that we are offering a public benefit. There's two things on the agenda tonight: the wetland permit and the rezoning. The existing zoning is a commercial zoning that does permit fueling stations, but not in this context. It has to be part of a larger development like a Kroger with an ancillary gas station or a Myers with an ancillary gas station. It can't be a permanent, can't be like the main product, which is why we are going to the PRO. We spent about 2 years on the project so far. This is our first meeting before you. We've done soil borings, we've done infiltration testing, we've done boreholes on the Buckeye Pipeline, we've done a traffic study, we've done a wetland delineation, we got the sign off from Eagle on our wetland delineation. We got the sign off on MDOT. We had about 4 rounds of iterations to get the geometry correct on Dixie Highway and the location. Several complicated items to get us to this point. The overall concept, which I'll show you when it's my turn to go through some of these slides and some of these photos, is that we're offering some public benefits for this. We're taking about half the property, as Mr. Carlisle mentioned. It's about an $800,000 piece of property that we're donating to the township so that they're able to have that as part of a future traffic as maybe one of your component, when each of these multi-jurisdictional traffic programs get done, Springfield Township has to come to the table. Independence Township has to come to the table. Oakland County Road Commission, MDOT, they all come to the table, and Independence Township will have an $800,000 piece already to come to the table. In addition to that, I know that there's a lot of neighbors here tonight. Nobody ever likes to see development right next to their house. And what I would ask them to consider when they take a look at our presentation is look at how we've done the development. You're gonna see things like solar panels, electric charging, a dog park, a dog walk park. You're gonna see a bioretention basin for recharging groundwater. You're gonna see a structural infiltration basin for recharging groundwater. You're gonna see a lot of environmentally sustainable development type of items incorporated into our site plan. Over the last 2 years, we've developed all of these so we could bring forward the best proposal possible. We'll show you why there's a need mathematically. And also, one thing I want to point out, especially to the neighbors here today, is that the landscape screening, because of the shape of the property and the topography of the property, is really exceptional. You're going to see that we have a 13-foot retaining wall where the residents are higher than the gas station. And then on top of the 13-foot retaining wall, we have 14 to 16-foot evergreens on top of that. This ceiling in this room is about 10 feet tall. So put a 14-foot tree on top of a retaining wall, and you're going to have a fantastic screen. And so those are a couple of the items that I'll go through when it's my turn to do that, but just an introduction of who we are, what we're trying to do, and the road to get here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If there's no more comments immediately from the commission, what I'd like to do is to go into the specific wetland permit and then talk about some of our questions and concerns, and then talk about some of those questions and concerns in hopes that it might answer some of the audience's questions, and then open the public hearing for that. So with that, we will move on to wetland permit file 2024-001, Vito Pampalona, for a property on the west side of Dixie, south of Big Lake Road, parcel 08-19-351-004. It's C4 zoning. They are requesting Independence Township Wetland Board approve the filling of .15 acre wetland associated with a depression in the central portion of the site as part of the approval of a new gas station and convenience store. So, commission members, questions, comments, concerns?
Mr. Chair?
Let's just have let's give the audience a little opportunity to hear some of our questions. Maybe it'll answer some of theirs, and then we'll do the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Is it time to get into the details of
Of the wetland issue.
the wetland issue? Okay, this may be more for Brian or Dick. Yeah, I'm going back to the ordinance now. And, it's the review standards and criteria for the approval on it. And, we mentioned that a little bit before. It says, in arriving at a determination with respect to the issuance of a permit under this division, the director and/or the wetland board, I guess it's the wetland board in this case, right? As applicable, shall take into consideration at least the following standards. Permit shall be issued only if the proposed project is clearly in the public interest. Okay. I can't comment on that right now, because I haven't heard anything about public interest yet, or not,
And I would not, I would recommend you don't until we have the public hearing comments. Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe these questions, I just scan them and then
Okay.
come back to them later when
Yeah.
in determining whether the activity is in the public interest, the benefits which would reasonably be expected to accrue from this proposal shall be balanced against the reasonably foreseeable detriments of the activity, taking into consideration local concerns, blah, 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 blah. And it says, if the project is clearly in the public interest, if a debatable question as to whether it is in the public interest or not, a permit shall not be issued. Okay, so let's skip whether it's debatable or not. The general criteria in undertaking the balance test to determine whether or not it's, in the interest is in us, the relative extent of the public and private need for the proposed activity, the availability of feasible and prudent alternative locations, the extent and permanence of the beneficial or detrimental effects which may have on the public and private use. That goes on, and then lastly, just to conclude, we'll come back to this later, not asking for any response yet, just this is what I'm gonna ask. Let's see, a permit shall not be issued unless it is shown that an unreasonable disruption will not result to the aquatic resources. Let me skip over that, I think. The proposed activity is primarily dependent upon being located in the wetland. I don't know about that, but that's what it says, that's in the law, and a feasible and prudent alternative does not exist. Okay, so if either one, any of this is true, then you can't issue a permit by law, by our law anyway. So we'll have to address that later on, I guess. But
Correct.
that's what's in the current law, and we can't ignore it, I don't think.
Nope. No, and I think that's been summarized in our review to indicate that these are the findings that you need to make,
Right,
correct?
okay. Good, I'm done with that part for now.
Other commission members? I have a question. With all the information that we've been given here, well, first of all, I would like to acknowledge Blue Heron Land Conservancy. In an effort to educate myself, I reached out to them and met with them, walked the property, sat down in their office, and learned a lot. And they were very helpful, and I just want to publicly thank them. The results of that meeting, at least in their opinion, is in a thing that was passed out earlier tonight. I'd say, not being a wetlands expert, or even close to it, I would say there's no great findings in there, other than that they did mention this possible intermittent stream, which is, I'm assuming that means basically a stream that has water in it from time to time. And I did see it. It was dry. I mean, the soil was damp, but there was no running water in it at the time, but it clearly looked like it to me. I'm not sure if it was in the wetlands or running into the wetlands, but they were very helpful. This parcel is part of one of our links in the Greenways infrastructure plan. We have recognized it as that. It is a small wetlands. One of the things with all this information we've given that I can't get a handle on, this project has a significant amount of stormwater management systems in it. And I read it, and it's all Greek to me. I can't tell if it has the capacity to handle the flow of stormwater that this wetland absorbs, filters, and then eventually releases back into the system at a slower rate. I can't tell. And I would like to ask Helen, our engineer, if you guys have done that, and if not, is that something that can be done to analyze that?
Should I go up there to answer? Or?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I think from the standpoint of stormwater management, basically the site has to meet the Oakland County Water Resources Commission requirements for the site. And those requirements are the same whether there's wetlands on the site or not. So they basically have to meet those requirements, which means that they have to provide stormwater management for the full site that they're developing. So there's nothing really different that they do because there's wetlands on the site. But they do have to manage the stormwater for the entire site, so, which they propose to do through like a bioretention basin and then underground storage with infiltration is what they're proposing, so.
Does that take into account some sort of measurement of the amount of stormwater that does flow into the site from off-site?
The stormwater that flows into the site from off-site, right now, they're basically diverting that through the site. So they've provided a storm sewer which will pick up the stormwater that's coming towards the site and then basically carry it through the site and outlet it where it would have naturally gone before this, at the other side of the site, the downward side of the site.
Does it filter it?
That's not filtering it, that's just providing a route through the site. So it pretty much mimics the natural flow right now. That's kind of what they're trying to do with that, so.
Can I ask the applicant, I heard you reference some kind of stormwater filtration system. Can you explain what that does? Thank you, Helen.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I'm going to have Jason, he's our PE, he designed the system, to talk about how the stormwater system works.
Well, Jason Fleece, 49287 West Road, Wixom, Michigan, with the Umler Group. So we took in consideration the natural flow, natural hydrology of the site. As mentioned, the stormwater runoff that comes from the donation areas, that's bypassed through. That was something in the 2-year process that was asked for us to put that in. So when there's future developments, there's a connection there for that to naturally go where it's at. On site, we went through a series of infiltration testing to identify where the soils infiltrate the stormwater the best on the site. And that's where we located the structural infiltration basin. And then the bioretention basin is an additional system for collecting and storing and treating the stormwater. And in addition, then it also goes into the structural infiltration basin, like almost a belt and suspenders approach there. But that treats all the stormwater on the site. It's actually treated for over a 100-year storm event, which handles, to answer your question, the stormwater for the site.
So, okay, to put it in layman's terms, so you're saying that you'll have systems that will filter the storm water?
Yep, we'll meet all the requirements of Oakland County, Independence Township, and it'll, yes.
Chairman?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What size is that bioretention basin?
What size
Is
is
there a
it?
size? Is it, you said it's an underground storage?
Yes, we, so we have a stormwater management plan. The size of it's in cubic feet, and that cubic foot was determined by the stormwater intensities in a 100-year storm event, and actually back-to-back 100-year storm events to be able to retain the water. And then we looked at the infiltration rates to be able to drain that down over a 48-hour period of time, which we have more, like significantly more than enough infiltration within that area to be able to drain that down. So it's sized for 100-year back-to-back storm events, and then also you have the infiltration to drain it as you need to.
So that's how many cubic feet you said?
Let me look it up real
That's
quick.
okay. And in addition, I'll just ask, when I drove over there today, the houses that back up to this property are higher, and it looks like their stormwater would drain into this site. And if you are filling in the wetlands, I'm just wondering if they still have proper drainage if there's a storm. So I guess that's what this bioretention basin will take care of.
Yes, so I want to say 12,525 cubic feet of storage. And then, and if you look at the grading plan, like I mentioned before, the natural grading and hydrology of the site, where the stormwater goes currently, is where it's going to go in the future as well. And then the stormwater for our site, we're treating it, infiltrating it on the site.
One more question. This retaining wall that you're talking about, so when the water comes from their yards toward the site, how does it get through the retaining wall? Is there some drain that's in the retaining wall that goes to the retention?
On the back side of the retaining wall, there's going to be a stone that, and then under drains that collect at the bottom and then exit.
Like a
and then-
catch basin kind of, sort of thing?
More of a French drain. So
Okay.
it's gonna be like a stone filter behind the wall, so the water doesn't go over the wall.
Okay.
It collects and goes down through. And then there's a under drain system at the base to collect it and take it out. And then you can see where we have the bioretention area there to collect those under drains and treat it, store it, and then then it goes from there into the structural infiltration basin.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Chair?
Can I describe
Hold it.
just in more layman terms what they're talking about, just it might benefit some of the people on the commission? So
Yeah.
over the township, there's probably, I don't know, this isn't unique to this property, there's probably 100 of these tanks maybe, Mr. Ottman, over the township, would you say, or so?
Bioretention?
Underground storage tanks.
USTs, yeah.
So I redeveloped the brewery on the top of Waterford Hill, and essentially the whole site is a parking lot, so there's nowhere for the water to go. Under that parking lot, there's 2 tubes, basically the size of this room, 6 feet in diameter. The bottom of it is dug down to sand, there's holes in it, so it leaches like a septic field into the natural drainage of the soil. And that's basically what they're describing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, just a quickie. I'm
Don't sit
gonna
down.
put on demonstration here of my total ignorance of the system. So I got one question. What's the maintenance involved in maintaining these basins over time? Any, or
So,
annually, or?
So for the structural infiltration basin, we'll actually have a water quality unit that the stormwater goes through and collects and drops out the sediment there, and also any gas or oils, collects it before it goes into the structural infiltration basin. And then with the bioretention, you have plantings and grass to mow and maintain.
But I mean, is there any maintenance that the property owners have to do to keep these systems working?
Yes, so I've installed several of those. So they're like a swirl chamber, a 2-chamber system, so the pollutants in stormwater is generally suspended solids. It's silt and that type of thing. So you want to give it some place to settle out. So you either do a swirl chamber or you do a weir, and the silt settles out, goes over, and the clean water goes into the storage chamber that Commissioner Galley described. So every 6 months, you have to go in, and they have a manhole cover on top. You pop the manhole cover, you take a Vector truck, and you suck the silt out of those things. I had one in Northville Township many years ago when I was a younger man that we didn't realize that we needed to keep on schedule. And if it fills up and it's not cleaned out, the water will still run through there, but it doesn't serve its intended purpose because the silt can still run through it too. So yes, you have to clean them out periodically when they start getting full of silt.
And there'd be a storm maintenance agreement too, where, we identify what needs to be maintained and how often, and that'll be part of the documents that'll go through approvals.
One quick question, Brian, the township doesn't get involved in any of that maintenance of those systems, does it? Or inspects them,
Inspections.
or make sure that they do it, or,
No, we inspect it at time of construction.
okay.
So who makes sure the schedule is followed?
That's all up to our engineer, and, it's recorded documents that are recorded with the county.
But 10 years down the road, there's nobody holding them accountable.
Not at this time, no.
Is
It's
that
up
what-
to
There should be,
it's a
yes,
private
okay.
property owner who's.
Yeah, I get it.
It's their responsibility.
So it's the same as like when we do a residential development and we have a standard basin. Usually it's a 2-celled system. You got a 4-bay and a storage bay. The 4-bay also collects silt and then and spills over into the storage bay. So every single residential community that has a pond has the exact same maintenance obligation that this particular applicant would have, where you have to take the accumulated silt out. And from time to time, if there are inspections or if it's not working right or if it's backing up, usually if somebody doesn't maintain it, that's what ends up happening is they become overgrown and they stop working correctly. So that's every development that we do, commercial, residential, they all have the same type of system, a 4-bay and a storage bay, and the 4-bay's always got to have some silt accumulation removed from it periodically.
Simply put, it's a complicated septic tank.
It is.
Yeah.
That's right. Where, at least with the septic tank, you got the bugs and the action to kind of keep it down, but with silt accumulation, there's no other outlet for it other than removal. And every residential and commercial property that has any type of stormwater management system has the same maintenance obligation. This is not special or unique to this site.
But if no one's checking on it, no one knows if it's actually happening. So that would be my only input, was that it should be there should be a maintenance schedule that should be monitored by someone from the township.
Yes, Commissioner Billings, you're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Another question. And some of these are site plan issues, but some of the site plan issues pertain to the water quality, so. Everybody knows gas stations historically are noted for contamination, okay? I know maybe not that much, but maybe that much about a gas station. And I know that the standards for new construction are significantly improved. So could you talk about that and talk about what you can say to give us some assurance that there won't be leaks in the future? And also talk about safety systems you have in for surface spills.
Yes, I'm gonna turn that one over to Vito Pampalona because he's built several of these and he knows all the details about the tanks and the systems.
Vito Pampalona, Pampalona Construction, 850 West University Drive, Suite D, Rochester, Michigan. So in regards to the tanks are double walled, and this is all state mandated, by the way. So when a tank goes in, it has a double wall system in it with an alarm. So any type of moisture in between the first wall and the second wall that's detected, what happens is that tank fills up immediately with foam. So it foams and contains all the gas that would have been in that tank leaching out immediately. So that is something that's regulated by the state. They actually do their own inspections to make sure that those tanks are not leaching. That's an electronic system that goes in. It's not something that you can actually get past now. So if you put any type of underground storage in the ground anywhere, this same system, it's not unique to just us. It goes in everywhere. So that in itself is probably the #1 cause of pollutants and leaching, like what you're speaking of in regards to gas stations. But that has been mitigated. Majority of what you hear about leaching now is tanks that were installed like 20 years ago that do not have that system. So you're seeing a lot of these gas stations are now being redeveloped, and they're remodeling them because the old technology in those tanks are actually causing environmental issues that the state has come in and says, hey, you guys have to replace these tanks or you're not going to be allowed to sell fuel anymore. So that's the #1 safety thing, and the most benefit about new construction in regards to gas stations is that new technology with the tanks.
What is the life expectancy of those tanks?
Those tanks now, you're probably going to get at least 40 to 50 years out of those tanks. My client actually replaces them like every 30 years. So they have stations that they have owned for like 30, 40 years now that we are now subsequently redeveloping with this new technology. As an owner of a fuel station, I wouldn't want to have an old tank, just the environmental concerns of it and the liability for it. It's not good. I own a development in Romeo, and next to my development in Romeo, there is a gas station there, and his gas is like leaching out into the community. When we did our environmental test, they did a hydrological study, and it showed up. And so I know firsthand like what you're talking about in regards to contamination that goes along with the water. And the new tanks they design now are, they're really, the technology that's in them is light years ahead of what it used to be.
What are they made of?
They're made of like a polyethylene, and then they have like a multiple layer system in it. So there's like a polyethylene in there, which is like an exterior plastic, right? It's like a non-PFAS plastic that's like a non-leaching type plastic. Then on the interior, there's a fiberglass system on the interior. Then there's like a foam barrier, and that foam barrier takes any type of like exterior pressure. So like when you have a basement that's dug and there's water pressure on the side of it, that's what causes basements to like cave in, is from that pressure, right? So that's what takes care of the pressure around the exterior of the tank. And then on that as well as there's steel in them. So these are all reinforced steel. And then the interior of the actual system is all stainless steel. So you look at a tank, that tank is all stainless, non-corrosive. So anything that goes inside of that tank, it won't leach out, right? And along with that air barrier that I spoke of that has the foam in it.
How about surface?
Surface is all basically, when you have watershed on a project, right? The engineers design that watershed and where that goes, right? It's impervious area. So we're basically proposing to put a parking lot there, collect that rainwater, and then it's gotta go somewhere. So when that rainwater comes in contact with somebody that's at the pump, they're pumping, and there's, you know, say they drop some gas, right? That's what Jason was talking about when we say treat that water. That shed goes, and it's all designed to shed to the one manhole. That manhole picks that up. And what it does is it filters the gas and pollutants out of it. Then it goes to a second, and then that second one treats it the second time. And then from there, that water that's been cleaned goes into what we were talking about earlier, the infiltration system for the stormwater. So this is all designed in accordance to what Oakland County standards are. The engineers, this isn't something that we just go in and say, hey, we're gonna put a parking lot in and not worry about where any of the gas is gonna go if it was spilled in the park. This is very carefully designed, and it's done in a way where it's environmentally like better than what you would see in just a regular parking lot of a Home Depot. So you go into a Home Depot and it's raining, or people, you know, they have gas leaks and oil leaks. None of that is treated. All of that stuff just goes into a stormwater system, and then it gets pumped out into what you would call like your wetlands. So it's not a very good system. This system actually cleans the water. So
What's that for canopy too?
well, anything that hits water on the canopy, all of that stuff just basically, it goes into the same system. So,
Canopy protects the pumps.
yeah, but you're still gonna get water.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not a torrential
Yeah.
rainfall. You got the canopy over the pumps as well.
Yeah, the entire site, the way they're designed is really, you know, what it's trying to control where the water's going, right? The gutter system, everything. Everything on the site that has to do with water and watershed is designed to go into the two systems that clean the water, right? And you know, if you're concerned about the infiltration too, the testing that we have done and the borings that we have done is basically a boring where you dig a hole, take a bucket of water, you dump it in there, and you test how fast that water drains, right? The entire site had great infiltration, right? We wouldn't have designed the site with the infiltration right on the parking lot, the right side of the development. We wouldn't have put it there if the infiltration was bad. It does us no benefit to do that. It would only cause us problems in the future.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Helen, I just for Independence, from the drawings you've seen, you think he adequately described all that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think he adequately described it. What they provided in their drawings right now, the sizing isn't actually as much as it's going to need to be, because they didn't have everything perfectly in line with the standards that they have. So they will have to make it a little bigger, likely, to accommodate the flow. The other thing that might come up is, in discussions with WRC, they don't usually recommend doing an infiltration system for gas stations. And so we've talked about this, and they will need to get some sort of approval from the Oakland County Water Resources Commission to do this. Because often they have underground storage systems, but they don't always have infiltration. They sometimes have an outlet somewhere. So to infiltrate at the gas station, they're gonna need to get an approval of some type from the WRC. So, and that's their
Can you
county.
elaborate why they don't do that? I'm sorry, I'm not clear on it. Why
Just because
allow
they
it?
don't recommend having an infiltration system at gas station sites,
Why?
because there's a chance that some polluted water could get through. So that's,
And
and there's chemicals involved. It's not in their standards, but through discussions with the WRC, that's what they were recommending, so.
And is their site offering something more that would induce Oakland County to approve this?
They haven't gone to that stage yet in the plans. The plans are still just at the conceptual stage. So that's something that, as the site design is developed further, we'll have to, like their stormwater management will have to be in compliance.
So we would see that at final.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else got questions?
You should see it at preliminary, shouldn't it? Wouldn't you see the grading plans and the drainage plans before final,
I
right?
agree. Conceptual, yeah.
Or conceptual, but I'm just saying the engineers would wanna approve that before it went to final, right?
Correct.
Right, okay.
But
It's not like last minute, is what I guess.
No, I think what Ellen was saying, though, is that there is, I mean, this is a conceptual site plan, and actually, we have way more information than what is actually required in our ordinance for a conceptual site plan at this point. I think because of the nature of the proposal, and it's because of a lot of the questions that we have been asking, and the responsiveness of the applicant and their engineers. With all of these things, there's always going to be a great deal more of engineering detail. We have pretty much all the planning detail at this stage for a planning commission to react to. But our ordinance requirements require, these are progressive steps. I mean, it's a conceptual, then it's a final, and then it's a construction plan. At final stage, we do require more engineering detail. And in particular, a use like this particular issue would have to be resolved, at that point. Now, whether it doesn't mean that it'll have to be final design necessarily, but there'll have to be sufficient design provided to satisfy the township engineers, because they won't be comfortable recommending something that doesn't meet Oakland County Water Resource Commission standards. Just remember, we have in this county, and as well as several other counties, we have higher level standards that we follow that are now being done by the Oakland County Water Resource Commission. We have the same thing in Washington County. And it's all come down as a result of some of the federal regulations regarding much stronger regulation of non-point source of pollution or stormwater. So that's where we are right now.
I have one other question for the applicant. In the holding you accountable for those filtration systems, are there outfits out there that come in and do periodic tests to make sure that the sludge, or whatever you want to call it, hasn't built up to a point that's beyond?
Well, the fuel filter systems do, so those are inspected by the state. The stormwater systems, there's a stormwater management agreement with the county when you get approval for that does address the need for maintenance. In terms of there's not really a stormwater police, if you will, that go around and look at all these basins and look at all of these structures. So you agree in these agreements to do this, and at your peril if you don't, and then should somebody say they're not doing it, they're not, an ordinance enforcement, just like any ordinance enforcement officer could check on it. Are you doing this? And check it. But there's not really, other than the gas side where the state does periodic inspections, there's not really a police force that goes and inspects those for us.
Is there any documentation you could provide to the township on, say, I'm talking hypothetically, not, that you could provide to the township that would indicate that you've kept them up?
I'm going to elaborate on that. So what we have done we have several of these that we have built, and in each community what we have done, so like the one we just recently completed was in Sterling Heights. And what we've done with them is that we have a vacuum truck that comes out every 3 months. They vacuum these out, and then they file a report with the state, and they file a report with us. They give us that report. That report then gets subsequently dispersed within the city engineers at Sterling Heights. And then that basically gives you guys the documentation to show that we've actually been vacuuming these regularly.
Is that a sorry?
No, that was not a requirement by Sterling Heights. That was something that we did on our own, because we have underground detention there, and we wanted to make sure that we were maintaining it. It does us no benefit to let it go. I mean, it's very, very costly to fix these things and pull them out of the ground, and it's very costly to put them in to begin with. So it's in our best interest to actually take care of those. Any type of flooding that happens in a parking lot of a gas station and the state sees that, the state will shut the station down. And they will make you fix that before they will allow gas to be even delivered to the site. So that documentation is actually submitted to the city engineers.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I'd like to see Independence Township have the same type of requirement.
We would do that, in either way, we would do that for you.
Okay, anybody else got questions, comments? I will open the public comment. Yes, sir, somebody's hand just popped right up there.
Sorry, I like to go first to get it out of the way. All right, good evening.
Name and address first, please.
My name is Nick Slanda. I live at 6600 Nadette. We would be the house right on the corner where Independence and Springfield meet. We're the last house on that side of Nadette. I'm here tonight because I have many concerns with this project. I'm a career firefighter, a fire inspector, and I was also on the Oakway hazmat team. I also hold a second job as a fire system specialist. In the city where I'm a firefighter and a fire inspector, we are currently adopting ordinances regarding fire suppression around electric vehicle chargers. Naturally, I was interested in the plans for this gas station once I heard about the electrical vehicle chargers. When looking over the plans, I noticed that a 20-pound ABC fire extinguisher was required by the EV charging station. Now, I don't see a fire extinguisher in here, but generally your average fire extinguisher that you see in an office setting like this would be a 10-pound extinguisher. A 20-pound is basically twice the volume of chemical inside. As a fire inspector, I'm very aware of the challenges that EV vehicles are posing. They're very new technology. Unfortunately, the fire service tends to be very reactive instead of proactive. Because of this, fire officials are left behind the 8 ball when it comes to ensuring safety because there's little language in code books regarding electric vehicle charging stations. I actually spoke with Fire Marshal Brandt regarding this, the Fire Marshal of Independence Township. He said if I have any information I can provide him on this, it would be great because they have no idea. Nobody knows how to fight these fires. I'm sure you've seen stuff on TV about them. In Europe, they have resorted to, you essentially order a 20-yard dumpster, you fill it with water, and you push the car into that dumpster for 24 to 48 hours. That's about the only effective method there is so far for fighting these fires. And if you actually look up, a simple Google search will tell you a range from 3,000 to 36,000 gallons of water is required to fight these fires. Tesla, they have produced an emergency response guidebook to help us firefighters out with these because, again, nobody knows. It's a completely new technology. In their guidebook, Tesla states, it can take between approximately 3,000 to 8,000 gallons of water applied directly to the battery to fully extinguish and cool down a battery fire. Always establish or request additional water supply early. Even Tesla realizes that there's deficiencies in these municipal water systems to fight these fires. 3,000 to 8,000 gallons of water. The amount of chemical in a 20-pound ABC extinguisher, that's equivalent to 25 gallons of water. So that fire extinguisher at the charging stations is going to do nothing. Now I asked the planning committee, have hydraulic calculations been performed for this site? I see in the plans there will be 2 new fire hydrants installed. I assume these hydrants will be there at the end of a line because there's no hydrants north of Foster Road on that side of the street. There are on the other side, so I don't know if they plan on tying across. I'm not sure how that works. But if not, again, that's at the end of a line. And especially in Birmingham, us firefighters, we're out there flowing those hydrants frequently. So I understand what it's like when you have a fire hydrant at the end of a line. We won't even fight a house fire if it's a fire hydrant at the end of the line. We will stretch 1,000 feet of hose before we try to use that inadequate water supply. So I ask, is there going to be enough water pressure and volume to effectively fight that EV fire? Once the fire is extinguished, where is all the water going to go? I understand there are plans for the stormwater, but is that stormwater system going to be able to hold an additional 3,000 to 36,000 gallons of water? And if not, where is that water going? I'm assuming it's going into the ground. Another concern that I hope has been considered is the fact that when an electric vehicle is on fire, these batteries release dangerous levels of toxins and gases into the air. Again, the Tesla Emergency Response Guidebook states, similar to conventional and other electric and hybrid vehicles, a burning battery releases superheated gases and toxic vapors. This release may include volatile organic compounds, hydrogen gas, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, soot, particulates containing oxides of nickel, aluminum, lithium, copper, cobalt, and hydrogen fluoride. Responders should always protect themselves with full PPE, including an SCBA, and take appropriate measures to protect civilians downwind from the incident. Again, this is straight Google Tesla Emergency Response Guidebook. This is right from their book. So PPE that was mentioned in there, that stands for personal protective equipment. That's our turnout gear that we wear. The SCBA they speak of, that's our breathing apparatus that we wear. And unfortunately, the civilians downwind will be my family and my neighbors. These chargers will be located less than 200 feet from the back door of my house. If one of these vehicles catches fire, it would be catastrophic. What will protect the neighborhood from the toxins and gases in the air while said fire burns for hours? There's not a fire department in this state that has an effective solution for fighting these fires, let alone a department in the surrounding areas. This is a serious fire and health concern. I've called Springfield Township, I've called Groveland, I've called Auburn Hills. I can call all the way up and down Dixie. I tell you, there's not a department that knows how to fight these fires. And another thing that Fire Marshal Brandt pointed to my attention to was that there has not been, this is the first plan that has come across his desk that involves EV charging stations. This is the first time he's ever seen plans for it. He said that there is one downtown and a couple at Bowman that were installed before he was the fire marshal. Which again, you can understand my concern because, let me get to my next sentence. I'm coming to you as a husband and a father. It's my job to protect my family. How am I supposed to feel comfortable when I leave for a 24-hour shift to go protect citizens of another city, knowing that I'm leaving my family here unprotected? I understand there's no good solution to the electric vehicle issue, but I hope that my family and my home don't have to become the case study of the story when something does go wrong and they realize not to put this stuff close to a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you.
What does Myers do with their?
Can you wait until you're recognized, please? Thank you. Go ahead, sit down, please.
Oh, pardon?
Go ahead, sit down.
Okay.
If you're done, if you're
Yes,
done. Okay. I'd like to remind everybody, this is a public hearing for the wetlands issue, not yet the site or the rezoning. Your comments were more targeted towards the rezoning, not wetlands. I welcome your comments, I'm glad we got them, but so let's try and keep our comments targeted towards the wetland issue for right now, and then later when we get into the rezoning request, if you have comments regarding more general site plan issues and stuff like that, we'll get into those then. So, next, who else would like to? Yes, ma'am. You.
Straight finger again.
My name is Nancy Fournier. I live at 8110 Inglewood Drive. I've lived there 40 years. And my concern about destroying the wetlands is if it's going to cause our basements to flood more than what we have. I understand that you're going to put in a retention basin, but I still have some concerns there regarding that. And as you know, we're all on well water, and there's no plans for Springfield Township, I believe, to ever have city water. So, and I've already got cancer, so I am very concerned about the well water. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Robert's business. I live on the debt as well, 6560. My concern about the wetland is I also have children. Excuse me. There's a pond at the end of the street that overfloods into the neighbor's yard sometimes, and then it rolls down the hill. That pond's full of life. The first sign of pollution in any city is the absence of amphibians. We have plenty. We've got the gray tree frog, we've got common toads, we've got Blanding's turtles, which are endangered in the state of Michigan. They are on the list. In the Clarkston area, we have a big population, one of the biggest populations in Michigan for the Massasauga rattlesnake. Taking away wetland areas, I think, is going to have a threat on that. If we have any kind of pollution, the first thing that's going to go is the amphibians. You know right away when you don't hear the frogs at night, it's because there's too much pollution. And then the other question I have about, they said they're going to, if they fill in this wetland, they're just going to push the water to the next piece of property, which is also for sale. And so is the one after that, and so is the one after that. So are we just going to keep pushing this down the road? It's also a major throwaway. We've got deer, turkey, coyotes. I mean, I moved out here. I grew up out here, but I moved further this way just to get away from the city and be around nature, let my family grow up around nature, and for it to be clean. And I'm really worried about everything leaking in the groundwater. Like she said, we all have wells.
Okay,
That's
thank
just
you.
my concern. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Gentleman back there.
Alan Burrell. I live on 8150 Asher Court, and which I'm a Springfield Township, but 2 houses down is Independence. But my backyard backs up to the pond that's there. And so what I have to say as far as the wetlands are concerned, you mentioned the blue heron. We had the blue heron back there. They're in that area. I go for walks in that area because neighbor a couple houses down, he's created a trail system all through there. And people walk it, and he's chipped it and stuff like that. But we have all the wildlife that's in that area that goes to these wetlands. They get their water from there, water supply. And then also, the firefighter brought up a good point. You've got all this possible water runoff if they did have an electrical fire with one of these. Whether they use foam, I don't know if they use foam. I've watched them on YouTube or whatever, and you'll see the cars on fire, and they can't put those things up. So you're gonna have a huge amount of water, foam, whatever is in that parking lot is gonna wash into the system that they have. And then where does that water go? It goes back out, right? And it's gonna be, like you said, moved on down the next piece of property. And that water goes down, and we're all on wells. Where's that water gonna go? And that's the water we're drinking in our homes, bathing, what have you. Granted, that's hypothetical, probably isn't gonna happen, might happen though. Might be the first car that goes in there and it starts on fire. Springfield Township's down the streets, volunteers, fire department. I don't know, Independence, if they're permanent or not, but we're at the edge of wherever your firefighters would run. So, you know, the concern is the amount of water that could go through there. And it could go directly into our water system. And like I said, if it is a water, you know, it's a wetland now, where do those animals go that are using that? I mean, I guess we don't care. I mean, we had that development that's right on the corner there that they put the houses in, or the apartments in across the street. The deer population is half what it used to be. I literally could watch herds of deer walking across the ice in the middle of the winter. I had like 8 come through, and then another 8 come through. We don't see that anymore. And this is just another thing that's gonna take the wetlands out of there. Egrets, we have the blue herring, white egrets, you know, you name it, we have it. And they depend upon those wetlands, and they're gonna be gone. It's going. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? The first lady back here was first up.
Amber Ross, 8176 Fairfield Circle. My concern also about the filling in the wetland would be the well that I'm so happy to have fresh drinking water right now. And then you said that the wetland would have to basically better our life and be better for the public to be filled in. And I just would like to know what in the world that would be, because I haven't heard anything that would better my life having that wetland gone.
Thank you. Gentleman over here.
Yeah, my name's Ken Toner. My family has owned the house at 6641 since 1970. I have watched this whole area change, including the subdivision that's behind Nadet on Inglewood Drive, all the wetlands at the end of the street. There's a pond there, and then there's also the wetlands that's farther down towards Foster Road. That's something that really I don't think's been brought up here so far. A lot of things have already been brought up, so I won't rehash that part of it, but the one thing that I haven't heard about is what if there's a tanker spill? How many gallons of gas is held in one of those tankers? And if that was to fully leak out, I guarantee you that would run down Dixie Highway and run into that secondary wetland that's closer to Foster Road. You're not looking at the overall picture. You're all kind of concentrating just on this little area. You need to look at the wetlands that are also around it and the aquafilter. The aquafilter out there is really strange. When I first moved out there, our well was only 92 feet deep, and the water was as good as what you would get up north out of a pump from summer camp. Now, we had to redo the pump and the well and all that probably about 12 years ago now. And that well, I think, is almost 300 feet deep from when they added the subdivisions and everything and all the houses behind Nadet. So I'm more concerned about what's gonna happen if that tanker spills, and then you throw electricity along with that. There ain't no way their proposal and their tanks that are underground are gonna be capable of holding all the fuel off a fuel tanker. No way. That's a whole lot of gallons. And like you said, you're gonna hit on another subject later on, and I'm sure I have some more to talk about the changing of the intersection.
Go ahead. Thank you. Other people? Anybody else in the audience? If not, I'll open it up to, online, please. Who would like to talk? Don't see anybody, Brian?
Looks
Yeah,
like
one, bottom center.
TW? Can't hear you if you're talking. Make sure you've unmuted your mic.
It's muted. It's still muted.
You must still be muted. I'm sorry, we're not hearing you. Everything looks in line to you, Brian, on our end?
Yeah.
Last time this happened, we told her to log off, log back in.
Can I suggest you log out and then log back in? And we'll keep the public hearing open for a few minutes to allow you to do that. Does the person with the initials AP want to say something?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Pernicki. I live at 8100 Asher Court. My house also backs up to the pond, and I have 5 children, and they use that pond like every day. They hunt for frogs, they look for turtles, They have a paddle boat they go around the little island in there. They ice skate in the winter. So the last thing that we need is a gas station in our neighborhood with even the possibility of contaminating our water. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online? We'll give Mr. or Mrs. TW a few minutes. Anybody here have anything while we're waiting?
Jim, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Could,
I'll get
one of the residents who keep referring to this pond, are we talking about the pond that's at the end of the debt?
There's a pond at the end of that, and then there's Lake Maria across the street.
I understand, I know where Lake Maria is, yeah. Which is,
And that drains in both of them.
yeah.
I think he's referring to the pond that I am, it's the pond that has the island.
Yeah, okay,
which
thank
is
you.
Just downhill.
Well, and Lake Maria is a considerably larger body of water, so, yeah, thank you.
That was my question too. Parcel 4 must be the pond they're referring to.
That's actually owned by the house at the end of the debt. So if you look at the overlay of the debt, there's a house that sits at the very end of the cul-de-sac.
Correct.
That 5-acre parcel is that house, and that 95% of the pond, I believe, is what that whole parcel is.
Thank you. Commission members, do you have any comments or questions?
You?
Anybody else in the audience? I think we've given person TW appropriate time. Doesn't take long.
They can speak in the next one.
Yeah,
You can still let him speak when he comes back on, if he comes on.
okay. All right, I'm gonna call the public hearing for the wetland permit closed. Thank you all for your comments. We share your concern. Commission members? I still have an unanswered question as far as what is the long-term impact of filling the wetlands in on the surrounding area. And I don't know how I get comfortable with that. I don't know, I will look to our consultants to tell me, is there somebody out there that can study the designs and the things they're offering as far as stormwater management and stuff like that, and relate that to the other, lack of a better term, watersheds that this is either connected to above ground or underground, and tell us what the long-term impacts are.
Well, let me say, aside from the comments that you've heard tonight, you know, the evidence is that there is no connection between this wetland and any other body of water. I think a lot of what you've heard is the potential for movement of pollutants through groundwater. And that being the case, however, you know, is certainly a significant question, but somewhat of a different question. In the first instance, it is always our position from the standpoint of township planners and township engineering consultants is that these questions have been raised, and it is the burden of the applicant to respond to those. I think they've done the best they can tonight with the information that they've known about this before, but they do have their own experts in terms of their own environmental consulting firm that I know is capable of answering that question. And they also have a very fine engineering firm that can also answer that question. So seriously, the burden is really upon the applicant to respond to those types of issues, and then it's our job to react to what their response is.
Thank you.
So I'll speak to the wetland issue first, and then I think Vito wants to talk a little bit about the pollutants real quick. We spoke with our wetland consultant today, Dana Knox. She's a certified wetland scientist. She wrote the report. She works with another member in her office, which is also a certified wetland scientist. And they met the Eagle person on site. The reason that wetland exists on that site, because it's pretty much sand everywhere else, is because there's a clay lens underneath it, which is limiting the amount of perk that you get from the pond. So you can think of the wetland. You can think of the wetland as basically it's a depression and there's a clay layer underneath it, which is why it's holding water and has created this wetland. So when we do our stormwater calculation, when we eliminate the wetland, we do a stormwater calculation for the entire site, the impervious site, and we capture all of the water for the site, which the wetland is currently capturing a portion of that, so it overflows and it runs out. We capture it for the entire site, including the off-site drainage areas, and do our calculations based on that. So your direct question about how is the stormwater affected by the elimination of this wetland, it's not. We calculate the stormwater based on the totality of the site, wall to wall, and do our calculation for that. The wetland may, right now, be holding a portion of that, similar to what our underground detention basin, our infiltration basin is going to do in the future. So that, from a stormwater perspective, eliminating that wetland isn't going to change anything for the calculation. Now, Vito wants to talk a little bit about the
in regards to the pollution and to the firefighter, I forgot your name, I'm sorry. I'm sure you've probably seen some things that none of us would want to see. I appreciate what you do. In regards to the EV chargers, that was not something that we originally proposed. So that was something that was added along the way throughout the 2 years of us developing this plan. So as our world gets more electrified, a lot of the municipalities are looking to us to add those to our projects. Now, that's not something that, we are experts at. I mean, I don't think anybody's an expert at it, right? Yeah, and if it came down to something where it made the residents feel safer that we remove those, we would remove those for you. We don't want to do anything over there that's going to potentially harm you, your family, or any of the surrounding residents at all. I mean, that is absolutely something that we are not trying to do. I have children myself, right? And I understand exactly where you're coming from. I'd also like to elaborate on that there's a Tesla dealership right down the street from us, right? So in regards to if there was a fire, the chances of a fire happening at the Tesla dealership and as many cars as they're charging is way higher risk than what would happen on our development. Now, I just want to take that a little bit further. Let's say there is a fire there and there are pollutants, right, at the Tesla dealership. They don't have any treatment anywhere on their site. We actually have the treatment. So what would happen is that it's contained. I think what people aren't realizing is that we're not just taking a bunch of water and discharging it out into the property next door in order to, pollute that entire area. We're actually containing the water on our own site, treating it, and letting it infiltrate, right? The clean water infiltrates. This is not something where we're trying to come in and completely pollute the entire area. This is something where we're trying to come in and provide a benefit in regards to an $800,000 piece of property that's going to solve a traffic issue for the residents in that area, and in turn provide them with a building that they can use.
Please be respectful.
That is not what we're trying to do.
That's absolutely not what we're trying to do. But in order to keep it on the wetland issue, we're treating everything that's on our property. Down the street at the Tesla dealership, like I said, the risk of something like that happening there is way greater than happening on our site. And we're willing to remove the chargers. We don't have to have those there. That was something that was brought up. We said, you know what, it probably would be a good benefit, you know, to the patrons of the business, and we put them in along the way.
Was that brought up, who requested the EV chargers? Was it? our
Man,
township?
this has been going on for 2 years, and we've had like, I think 4 to 6 iterations of it.
30 years or better, you've been trying to put a gas
You
station.
need to stop this.
Wait.
You need to stop this.
Yeah,
This is out of control.
please, be respectful of the person who has the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. This was asked of us. I can't remember who asked us to put them in specifically, but along the way, we were asked to do that. You know, what we tried to do was we tried to put our best foot forward and provide, you know, the benefit of the development for the citizens, right? And the first iteration that we actually proposed was it was nothing like this one here. I mean, it had a drive-through. It was a lot more cumbersome to the area. It didn't have any of the amenities that we were providing. The stormwater, you know, the challenges we had with the stormwater were met. We went through great lengths to figure that out and to make sure it worked and to put it in a position on the development to where it was the least impactful to everybody surrounding it. I'd also like to mention the one neighbor came up and said she was worried about her basement flooding. We are considerably lower than all the surrounding developments. So nothing from in regards to our stormwater, in which we're collecting and we're keeping on site. We're not discharging out. We're keeping, none of that water will ever reach anybody's basement. Right? The water's not going to travel up into the neighboring basements. So.
Thank you. Dick, just curious, do you have you represent a lot of municipalities. Do you have any experience with these fires from these charging stations or anything?
I personally do not. We do, you know, as you know, we do employ an entire division of our company of code enforcement officials, and I know that they have expertise in reviewing the EV charging stations. I mean, in terms of the electric vehicle, that's fires. That's a whole different issue. But certainly, I do have in-house personnel that have specialized expertise in that area. I do not.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, it's hard to separate the wetlands from the actual site because they kind of go hand in hand. But I'd like to say if the petitioner is willing to not even have EV chargers, you know, and that seems to be a big concern. Seems like it'd be easy to eliminate the EV chargers. And I would also like to say that if the petitioner is willing to enter into an annual stormwater maintenance schedule with the township, I would like to hear that our township is willing to administer that.
It had to be changed in the
We'll
ordinance.
be hiring a lot more personnel here in the township, I think, in the future.
We have no ordinances on it now.
This
There's
guy
no
needs
ordinance
to
to
quit
protect us.
personnel. You need to remove him.
Okay,
I have a couple comments,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. So, I may be using different terms, Mr. Carlisle, but I know you've probably heard a lot of these terms about wetlands. To me, this seems to be more described as like a celestial pool that fills up seasonally a clay bottom, low spot in a property.
The wetland consultant's report claims that it does not exhibit the wetland hydrology. It doesn't exhibit wetland hydrology like you would see for a wetland that was fully connected. So and our wetland expert agrees with that.
So akin to the Arby's property you mentioned earlier, that sat vacant for 20 years, and then a low clay area filled up, cattails arose and such, similar scenario, because you're thinking that that was dug up for the I-75 interchange. What's the whole front side of Deer Lake Farms was dug out for the Clarkson interchange, because that was all gravel.
It was.
It's right where my parents live, and
Yeah,
when they bought there in 1979, it was a gravel pit. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of frankly, there were a lot more gravel pits out here than people are aware of at this point. yeah.
In the, you know, the forest stream in the subdivision I live in these heavy rains, yes, there are funnels where it comes down the forest hills and gathers in the center and runs down to that low spot. There's a couple areas in my subdivision that collect water the same, but if it's a dry spell, there's nothing there. So,
That's correct.
and the term that I threw out there, that's what I've heard them called before. I really didn't see that in the report, but it's not your traditional, what people have in vision of a wetland typically.
You know, I would say that, one, the lack of eagle regulation is a clear conclusion that there's no connection between this and any other body of water or any other body within 500 feet.
Yeah.
And that is Eagle's conclusion.
Yeah.
It is the opinion of their wetland consultant that it, you know, that it is a wetland.
Mhm.
And by our ordinance, it is deemed to be essential, meaning it is regulated, which means that the township could obviously make a determination that it contains the characteristics from an environmental standpoint that any public benefit that results of the development of the site does not override the environmental benefit of that wetland.
Mhm.
I think that you acting as a wetland board have to be convinced in one manner or another that that environmental benefit essentially outweighs the use of the property. One other thing, and I don't know if I have encountered or met some of the folks in Springfield Township, but I probably did hearing ago, especially if you've been involved for as long as you have been, because we've had, these properties at the end of Nadet have been a great source of controversy over the years. And I think somebody mentioned it was being proposed as a gas station. I know that it has been proposed for a variety of uses that were not going to be acceptable to the residents, and actually not acceptable to Springfield Township, and that's why there was litigation twice over some of those properties. But, you know, I think we all have to recognize that in Independence Township here, you have property that is zoned C4. And so consequently, whether it's a gas station or something else, it is ultimately going to be developed in some manner. I don't know what, but this is the only first proposal that you're going to see. The county is going to sell their property. And currently, it is zone C4. The point being is that any type of development on this site is going to impact this wetland. I think that's, this property itself, that wetland is located in a manner that makes it impossible or very, very impractical to develop the site without grading it and filling it. And we're gonna have other, you know, issues facing us with the bigger piece of property. Not necessarily wetlands, but I can tell you grading, plenty of T-cover. We're gonna have to be very vigilant about the buffering. And probably the stormwater impacts are gonna be even more of a challenge with the larger of the site when, you know, the county decides to sell that property and does sell that property. So my point being here is the challenge for you is to determine, is this wetland as functioning is with such an overriding benefit, environmental benefit, that it outweighs the public benefit of the development of this property, or would essentially deprive the owner of that property for the ability to actually develop that property. And the benefit of this wetland overrides all of that. And that's really, to bring it down to the essence of what these standards are all talk about, That's what it really gets down to.
I have another comment too before that long answer. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, thank you. It was very good. Everybody's talking about the EVs. I mean, I agree with most of the comments on EVs. I mean, I'm never gonna own one myself, unless I'm absolutely forced to. The scarier thing too is your neighbor could have one in their garage, you know? So that's right next to where you're sleeping, could be 20 feet away. That being said, my question for you is, if you don't put them in, I'm just thinking in my head, prep for them. Do you see the federal government, the state government coming down to Independence Township and say, you have to have X number of chargers? I mean, I can envision it with strong handedness going on everywhere, so I wouldn't want him to have to dig up his parking lot if it was mandated, you know? Just saving you the cost of new concrete,
I
you
can
know?
comment to that.
Yeah.
When we develop the sites, we actually pipe everything to accommodate future EV charging if that does happen.
Mhm.
So everything is basically built to transition from gasoline sales to EV sales if something like that does happen.
Okay. I just didn't want you to commit to something and then it ends up costing you $200,000 in a couple of
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, we've kind of touched on all that stuff going forward with the current environmental climate. You know, that was something that we incorporated into all our plans.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Just one quick.
Yes.
Does the Sterling Heights, have a EV charger, your new location there?
No, we do not have any EV charging there. We piped it all in, but that wasn't something that they came to us and said that they thought that that was a benefit. So we never installed them there.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, I think, no more questions from the commissions. The public hearing was closed.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, I'll give you.
Respond to what he said, even if they agree to not put them in, they're going to pipe it in, so that the opportunity is there to add them later if they have to or want to. And without it being there, that would never be an opportunity. If the wetland was kept a wetland, which is why we encourage, that's why they're protected to begin with, is to keep the wetland. And if we're going to change it for them now, then the opportunity will be there for the EV down the road. It's not really a protection.
So is it, we have three choices, to move to approve, move to deny, or to postpone. So I'm looking for a flavor from the commission. And I would say if your inclination is to postpone, I would like to know what it is that you want and need to edge you towards a decision one way or another. So that,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I guess I never have heard yet the benefits, which I've been, one of the things that we have to balance. And we were to request a report on the benefits, I think that was one of the options, or in writing, and we never got that. So, I don't know where we are on that. Then the other thing is.
Yes, the ordinance is already on
Please,
the books.
please.
Then the other option, well, if you're talking about approving, which I don't think we're ready, or denying, postponing, why don't we postpone this until we get to the site plan? Because if we don't approve the site plan, then we don't need this at all.
You can postpone it with the provision that we take it up after we conclude the rezoning public hearing.
Well, that's what I would do. I
Would
would
you
make a motion to postpone any further discussion on this until we make a decision, one way or the other, or it could be another postponement on the site plan or the variance for zoning.
Okay?
That would be
Do we
my thought.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
Opposed?
Three oppositions?
Can you do a roll call?
Do a roll call.
Bill Scarborough,
Yes.
Joe Sucher,
Yes.
Linda Billings, yes. Brian Gelly,
No.
Jason Borsheim,
No.
Ron Ritchie,
No.
Tom Patel.
Yes.
Thank you.
Postpone.
We'll take this up after item F2. So the next item is PC file 2024-003 regarding the same parcel of land on the west side of Dixie, south of Big Lake. Same parcel number. The applicant is requesting a planned rezoning overlay approval from C4 General Business to Pro MS Auto Motor Vehicle Service Station. Mr. Carlisle, do you want to add anything?
I don't think there's anything I need to add.
Did you want to do your slideshow right now?
Brian, it timed out. Can you re-log in?
Let me get the password.
Okay. So this presentation is geared towards both the question of the rezoning overlay and the wetland permit. Oops. So this is an outline of the property, the Red Barn Market, 2.38 acres. The donation parcel is a combination of the piece in Springfield in green here, and that's 1.82 acres. In yellow is 0.29 acres, so the total donation size is 2.11 acres. It's about half of the property. Over here you see a rendering. There's a blow up of it coming, and then there was just a schematic of what the road improvement might look like in the future. That's been sort of kicked around over the years as to lining up Big Lake Road with the street across the way. This is just the existing zoning on the site. It's OS in Springfield Township, and it's currently C4 in Independence Township, which is general commercial. We're proposing to do a PRO overlay with motor vehicle service station. As I mentioned previously, the C4 does permit fueling stations, and the master plan, including the new update that Carlisle Wortman is preparing for you, shows this as a commercial development piece. Regarding the benefits, that the PRO overlay requires there to be public benefits, and the wetland permit requires there to be that the benefit of this development outweighs saving the 0.15 acre wetland on the site. So I wanted to do first a graphic on the side that shows the development of the convenience store and fueling station along with the donation parcel, which is really the main public benefit that we've talked about thus far, an $800,000 piece of property that will allow this traffic improvement to move forward. But there's also additional public benefits. So one of them is that there's solar, all of these sort of speak to the environmental sustainability features of the site. So that one of the things that we developed over the last 2 years was revising our simple concept of gas station, convenience store with a drive-through into something that had additional public benefits. You can see the frontage walk, which is part of your regional connectivity plan and your master plan. Solar panels on top of the canopy to run that, so, creating energy efficiencies. The bioretention basin is a stormwater management feature that's similar to the wetland, which is it's a depressed area with wetland type plants in it that filter stormwater, as Mr. Fleece mentioned earlier, that comes off of from behind the retaining wall. The structural stormwater infiltration, so this is that the infiltration provided by that wetland is actually going to be exceeded by the amount of infiltration that you're going to have from a structural infiltration basin, because the structural infiltration basin is not sitting on a clay lens. So when the stormwater is stored inside the basin that Commissioner Galley did a nice description of, the one that he developed, the water sits in there and it infiltrates down in through the sand layer. So you're going to have improved infiltration into the ground. The Red Barn Convenience Market, which is, you'll see on a subsequent slide that it's well located for folks to grab essential needs, whether it's hot foods, water, beer and wine, refueling. The charging stations, which, as Mr. Pampalona mentioned, you know, we could take them out. We wanted to add them as a additional public benefit, but if there's an outcry against them, I would also point out that the arguments, while they're all good, and I agree, I don't own an electric car and probably never will either unless I'm forced to. They still exist in the world, and the infrastructure needs to also continue to grow as people have them. People are on public roads. You're driving right next to charging stations or next to electric vehicles, and at some point, you know, they will need places to recharge. We added the landscape screen, which is another slide we'll show even better. And then the dog park for travelers, commuters that are on I-75 that need to stop and let their pet out with a waste station there. There's some patio seating and some bike racks to promote connectivity. So this whole slide is intended to speak to the benefits of developing this parcel. It's consistent with commercial development. It's permitted under the PRO. And what this applicant is trying to do is to make a modern convenience store that has additional environmental sustainability features. This is just an aerial view of the donation parcel and what that rerouting of Big Lake Road might look like. Mr. Carlisle asked in his review about the need. Is there a market need for a convenience store and a fueling charging station? So we did some research here. So this dotted line over here is Independence Township. You can see it's a little unusual down at the south end and a little more square in the north, west, and east. There are approximately 112,000 gas stations in the United States and approximately 325 million people living here. So if you do the math, that's approximately 35 gas stations per a population of 100,000 people. And this was as of the May 2018 census. The population of Independence Township is 36,000 at the 2020 census. This fact is also included in your master plan update. It was corroborated there. So a population of 36,000, the national average of the frequency of gas stations would indicate that Independence Township would have 12.8 gas stations in Independence Township to service the 36,000 residents there. There are only 5 gas stations in Independence Township. I went to the gas station locator. This one here, I don't have the name of this one. It must have got wiped from my slide, but there's the mobile station over here on Sashbaugh There's a Citgo at Maybe in Sashabaw, a WOW at Maybe in Sashabaw, and then there's a Marathon. I also added on here the existing charging stations as well. So there's already at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 charging stations throughout the township that the same concerns would apply to. However, so what I'm getting at here, that there are only 5 stations in Independence, is that Independence Township is underserved on fueling stations based on this metric. A second point about why there's a market need for a fueling station and convenience store here is that major highways, so there's over 100,000 vehicles a day that cross the I-75 and US 24 intersection. So this data can be found in SEMCOG, and it can also be found in your master plan update. There's 88,000 vehicles per day that travel on I-75. There's 26,000 vehicles a day that travel on Dixie Highway. And there's 8,000 vehicles per day that travel on M15. The off-ramp, the southbound off-ramp off of I-75 alone has 10,000 vehicles per day. So our site is right here on this yellow triangle. It is ideally located to serve the market need for all of these commuters and local travelers to be able to refuel and to have a convenient place to stop and buy some quick items. And this is just a blow up of the gas station locator. There obviously are some additional gas stations in Waterford Township and some other surrounding areas, not many to the west. This would be the one that would be furthest west in Independence Township, and there's not much beyond that. There's one over in Austin Connors. Shepherd's Hollow is right here, and my daughter just got married there 2 weeks ago, so I wanted to slip this slide in there. It is out there. It's a beautiful place. Got to golf there the day before and had a beautiful wedding there. That's me dancing with my daughter. And yeah, there's not really a ton of commercial development in the general area, and so this slide was meant to speak to the market need question. The next slide, sorry, regarding wetlands. I won't belabor this because we've spoken about this at length, but I'll just add a couple of things. So these are our 2 wetland scientists, Dana Knox and Brad Casaba. They're certified professional wetland scientists, and Brad is also a certified wetland biologist. Eagle did perform a level 3 wetland inventory analysis in accordance with their laws. They reviewed the ASTI delineation. They agree with the limits. They reviewed historical imagery, the soil survey, the surface hydrology. They made a site visit to review the type of plants, hydrology, and soils. And Eagle confirmed that the wetland is not Eagle regulated. The wetland confirmed the wetland size and ASTI's delineation of the same. And they confirmed that the wetland is not contiguous to a river or stream. We do have a letter in the file and in your packet that you don't have to take my word for it. It comes from Eagle. So it is Independence Township regulated, as Mr. Carlisle mentioned earlier. We are proposing to purchase Independence Township credits from the Wetland Bank. So the point about any wetland bank, so when you mitigate for a wetland, the concept is we do not want a net loss of wetlands. Boston used to be a wetland, New York used to be a wetland. They were filled in before there were the 1972 Clean Water Act and the additional wetland laws and regulations that came subsequent to that. So the no net loss of wetlands is the concept. So our, what you see in green over here on the left, our 0.15 acre wetland will be replaced by another wetland. So there'll be no net loss. The issue for local municipalities is that Eagle will let you purchase wetland credits. Like if you can mitigate it on site, you can build another wetland. And I built several wetland mitigations on sites that I've developed over the years. The issue is that you're always building a small wetland. You impacted 0.15, you're building another small 0.15 acre wetland. They're not very significant. They can't thrive and become high quality wetlands. So they created a program where you could buy them from a bank, where they would create hundreds of acres of wetlands and have a thriving, vibrant wetland ecology. And then to fund the building of those things, developers such as Mr. Pampalona and Red Barn Market would purchase those. They're essentially funding the building of a wetland. The issue for local governments was Eagle will let you buy a wetland credit in a wetland bank in the same watershed if it's available, and if not, from any other bank. And so there could be a net loss of wetlands in Independence Township. So Independence Township, City of Novi, several other different municipalities got into the wetland bank business, not because it's a profitable business venture. As Mr. Carlisle mentioned, there's 6 acres of wetland creation, and it's only sold $8,000 in the time that it's been there. This wetland at $75,000 an acre will be about a $15,000 purchase from that wetland credit bank, roughly. So Independence Township has already replaced it, and they wanted to do it in an area that was supported by the hydrology and the animal corridors and all of the things that make wetland corridors thrive, rather than have every single development have a little wetland on their property. So that's what we're proposing to do, is to purchase the wetland credit from the township mitigation bank. So there's still no net loss of wetland in Independence Township as a result of this. So I want to also thank the Blue Heron Headwaters Conservancy for their correspondence. I thought it was very fair. I think that the letter was very respectful, and it also didn't really come to any conclusion one way or another about whether you should yes or no, approve or deny this. So in their conclusion, I wanted to sort of break out the items in their conclusion. And what they said is that the wetland size is not the only consideration when you think about a wetland. And what we're saying is that statement is absolutely true. So 2 certified professional wetland scientists and Eagle noted the additional items that are taken into consideration. It's not just size, it's the soils, such as the clay lens underneath it, such as the lack of hydraulic connectivity to other wetlands. They also pointed out that hydrology, elevation, and observed natural features should be considered. And we have considered those things as we have located our infiltration basin on a place that has good infiltration. We did testing to find that area and then design the infiltration so that we would have infiltration. And we spoke at length already about the elevations on the property, which there's another slide that speaks to that a little bit better. Runoff from parcel 1 flows onto parcel 2, then off-site. So this is parcel 1, that's the donation parcel plus this corner. We are parcel 2 with the proposed development. Parcel 3 they're talking about is here, and parcel 4 is down here, which is the pond that the folks have talked about. It is true that water does flow just from a straight topographic, this area is lower than this area, and water does flow that way. So that's a true statement, but it doesn't speak to whether or not you should approve or deny this wetland permit. The runoff, if you look at it, we have an existing conditions plan that shows that topography and shows that drainage, and we have a proposed grading plan that takes into account all of that existing drainage. We have on sheet C7 soil erosion control and sedimentation controls plan, and we have sheet C10, which is the stormwater management plan that Mr. Fleece spoke to at great length already, and there's another slide with that as well. One of the items that was partially true is the Conservancy indicated that surface water runoff feeds subsurface groundwater. That's partially true. When the subsoils are permeable, like sand and gravel, they do. When they are impermeable or less permeable, like heavy clays and silts, they do not. So it's partially true, and the reason that that wetland is there is because the wetland is sitting above a clay lens, impeding infiltration and disconnecting it from the wetland and the groundwater. The next statement in that review says that the Parcel 2 wetland is technically isolated. That's true, and that's what the ASTI letter says, and that's what Eagle concluded. So we appreciate them acknowledging the fact that this is an isolated wetland. This was just wrong, and I don't think it was wrong maliciously or that there's, you know, a debate here. I think what you have here is a difference in nomenclature. And what they said was Parcel 2 contains an intermittent stream, and that the Parcel 2 development would be disruptive to the hydrology. So the Eagle WIP is intended to identify the Eagle regulated features. Only the wetland was identified by Eagle, not a stream. And it was determined to be non-jurisdictional because of its size and its isolation, just as it was pointed out that the Conservancy indicated it is isolated wetland. It's less than 5 acres, not within 500 feet of a stream, pond, or lake. The feature in question is not defined by Eagle, the regulatory authority, as a stream. So there's a jurisdictional definition of what a stream is. You and I may just speak as regular folks and in our nomenclature and say, oh yeah, there's a stream of water. Well, you know, when it rains hard, I have a big stream of water running through my backyard, down my rear yard swale or my side yard swale. That doesn't classify as a regulated stream. This, and this is the picture of the area that we're talking about. It's a dry area. Obviously, this is the lowest area where the water runs to, gains momentum, and runs off of the property. That doesn't make it a stream, or say like your curb and gutter, where you sometimes see water running through your curb and gutter, would be an intermittent stream by normal speak, but it's not, doesn't meet the regulatory definition of a stream, and therefore is not one. And the last statement was development of Parcel 2 would likely require mitigation in the context of watershed landscape. Again, this is a mix of nomenclature because she doesn't mean mitigation in terms of wetland mitigation. We spoke about that on the last slide. I think what she means by mitigation is that you need to do something about the watershed, about where how much water you're getting, how you're handling it, how you're infiltrating it. And I would say I agree with that 100%, which is why we have a stormwater management plan to maintain the current stormwater runoff while meeting the requirements for quantity and quality storage in our stormwater management systems, which we've spoke about at length, and you'll see on the next sheet too. And sheet C10 has the calculations for how we get to those. And of course, as this is not a site plan or final site plan or construction drawings meeting, we're talking again about the wetland permit and the change in zoning, if it's appropriate. But the underground infiltration basin will be reviewed for size and reviewed for infiltration, and it may, as your consultant indicated, it may change over the course of the development of those drawings. We're still a year away from coming to a full approval of development drawings if we are successful tonight. This.
Can I ask you to go back one?
Yes, sir.
To where you showed the the connection to Big Lake.
Yes, sir.
Like the first slide almost.
Yeah. Whoops. Right here. This one.
Well,
and then it's again. So this is the potential connection, and then I recreated it on the donation parcel, and then you can see on the aerial. I also.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where your site plan shows a stub street from the gas station that will be available to connect that. Can you point to how you would route that through and connect it?
Yeah, so unfortunately
not that side, to the new road to intersect Deer Hill.
So, this is Big Lake Road right here, and this is Dixie Highway, and they parallel each other until Big Lake takes the big turn and butts into Dixie Highway. And then here is Deer Hill coming out over here. It's a little obscured by trees, but you can see the curb and gutter and the ADA ramp here at the end of their sidewalk. So for those to line up, it would come across here, and you can see there's an existing power pole here, and this is roughly where the sweep of the turn would be for.
That's not the question. The question is, where would you connect from the site into this roadway?
I see.
Yes, thank you.
Let me show you that. So the potential connection to that road, so this was Big Lake up here, it comes down and it would go into Deer Hill. So the potential connection to that road would be right up here.
Okay.
And then the potential connection to the development to the south for connectivity is right here at this location. And then the actual driveway that has been reviewed and approved by MDOT is here. It's got a turn lane in, it's got a left turn lane out, and it's got a right turn. And you can see it a little bit better on the bigger plan.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't thinking that it would connect to that Nadet, I think if I got the name right.
So this is the wetland. I superimposed it here so that you could think about it in context with the site plan that we're proposing. And you can kind of see, as Mr. Carlisle mentioned, it's right smack dab in the middle of the site. If this wetland were to be preserved and a 25-foot buffer, this property for commercial development is worthless. This is a picture of a retaining wall, and what I have here is this is the bioretention basin. This is the convenience store. Behind the convenience store is the bioretention basin. The elevation at the bottom of the bioretention basin is 1047. The elevation, existing elevation, undisturbed at the top is 1060. The difference is 13 feet. So this wall right here is 13 feet high. These trees that we're proposing over here are 14 to 16 foot Norway spruce. What you see over here is a scale, 1 to 18 to scale. Here's a 6-foot person so you can get an idea about, what a 14 to 16, I have the band highlighted as to what a 14 to 16 foot tree looks like. Those are on top of this 13-foot high retaining wall. This creates a very nice buffer to have these backyards have privacy from the convenience store. In addition, the Buckeye Pipeline is a 20-foot wide easement. We don't even begin our development of this landscape area until we're 20 feet off of the property line of the existing residence adjacent. I also wanted to point out that we've added a synthetic play area, patios with seating and bike racks, which is located right here for people that go in and they get Soroki's chicken and they're refueling or they're recharging or they get a cup of coffee. The dog walk area is over here, also a synthetic surface. And then this is an idea of the scale of the underground stormwater retention basin area. So this is to scale. This is where it's located. This convenience store is about 7,500 square feet. And, if you were to, cut off the basin there, that would cover half of it. And so it's as big as the store, I guess is what I'm saying. Whoops, I hit a bump in the road. So this is the idea of the site plan that we're proposing. We tried to do some smart land planning. We tried to be thoughtful about the screening. We tried to be thoughtful about the benefits, the additional benefits. And if you prefer to have we take some out or put some in, we're open to that. This is what we're proposing. Another thing I wanted to point out, we also have actual photos of the one that Vito built over in Sterling Heights. Jason designed it, Vito built it, Kevin drew it. We have actual photos of that. It's a beautiful station, if a station can be beautiful, right? I mean, my wife always makes fun of me because when we were on Zoom, I think I was in Independence Township on a Zoom meeting like 4 years ago during COVID, and I would always talk about beautiful houses and handsome houses, and she's like, who are you, But it's a great looking station is what I should say. They try to make we have the board here, the materials board that was asked of us. So it's brick, it's steel, It's got timbers that you can see on the sun canopy over there. A great looking front of the store. The canopy itself, there's been a lot of back and forth about the lighting and how many lumens and what the temperature is going to be and all of that. It's got LEDs on the thing. Very, very cool looking, about as modern as you can get for a canopy with all the bells and whistles in it and the technologies that Mr. Pampalona talked about, as well as it's got nice style. So the question is, if this area is part of your master plan and part of your overall plan for commercial development, why not this commercial development? Why not this commercial development that is also offering these additional public benefits, which are required to balance against the 0.15 acre wetland on top of clay that Eagle doesn't regulate, and that will be replaced but from the wetland bank that Independence Township owns and has created specifically for this purpose. And why not have an overlay, zoning overlay, that allows you to require additional public benefits when the underlying zoning essentially does allow service stations? It just isn't in the right context because the piece isn't big enough. This is not a big box store, so it can't qualify there, which is why we've pursued the PRO overlay. So those are the two questions for tonight, which are, will you support us in our request to rezone the property to PRO with vehicle service station, and will you approve our wetland permit request? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the commission? If there aren't any, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody got any questions? Okay, I will.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
What's the location of the Sterling Heights station?
19 in Mount.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have photos.
Yeah,
on
we have
the
photos.
stick we could put up if you want to see it.
Yeah. If we're postponed, I'll drive down there.
Mr. Chairman, just because, so this is not repeated continuously in the public hearing, there are at least 2 additional gas stations that were not indicated on the map, actually 3. Right over there, you can see it from here, is one. The Shell station, I think it was a Shell station on the north end.
Shell.
It's in Independence Township, not Clarkston.
Speedway.
And then the gas station, of course, down at
Kroger's?
Market on White Lake Road. Yeah. And the Kroger's, yeah. So
Speedway.
there's probably 4.
Thank you. I apologize for that.
BP, that's a quarter mile away.
I just said that.
Okay.
That's correct, but that's.
No more questions from the, Joe?
Well, just, not a question, but if we're adding gas stations, if we go Baldwin Road, there's 2 or 3 right up on Baldwin Road near Clarkson Road.
I mean, I've never
So,
seen a map.
so we got lots of gas stations.
I mean,
Okay.
okay.
All right, I will open the public hearing. And again, please comment, please remain quiet when you're not recognized. Respect everybody else, give them an opportunity to speak, and come to the podium, give your name and address. Gentleman there.
So I originally had a little speech prepared, but I'm gonna wing it. My name is Guy Walton. I live at 6580 Nadet. That is not as good as a slideshow, obviously, but it's a print-off of Dixie Highway and I-75 that ranges from the M59, we'll say Woodward Loop, all the way up to exit 106. In that span, there are 49 gas stations, 10 of which are on Dixie Highway alone. From the BP at exit 93 south, there are 11 of them. I'm sorry. There's 14 on Dixie. There are 11 from BP south to the Woodward Loop. North, there are only 4 beyond the BP, and that's a 6-mile span. So the address of whether it's a need, it really isn't a need. We have plenty of gas stations along that span. A couple of things I want to touch on is back when Mansour Development was trying to develop that whole area and create the shopping mall, like Partridge Creek. One of the things that came up, and I wish the slide was still up, the hill that is behind our residence. They talked about doing the same thing of putting the brick wall to support it. The issue that came up is people are gonna walk. And if you have the gas station that close to the corner, people are gonna walk around there. They're gonna go up the hill, and there's a tree there, or a few trees. It doesn't create a permanent barrier. So Mansour was requested to put fencing upon that hill so that nobody could just walk through the trees and fall down into the parking lot. I don't know, I don't think that was the whole part of what canceled it, but that was a portion of what canceled that project. The other thing that I am concerned with is with the redoing of Big Lake Road, right at Inglewood and Nadette, that is the bus stop for our kids. If you take Big Lake Road and bring it down and loop it, okay, and you attach the gas station to it, and I know this is a long shot, but this is the society we live in now. You give somebody sitting at the gas station eye shot of a school bus stop of kids with an exit ramp right over here. Very easily, something could happen. That is one of the concerns that I don't want to have to face. The other thing is, with the gas station itself, there is no inside dining. The only thing that is available is outside dining. So if it's raining, or it's snowing, or it's freezing, where are these people gonna go? Where are they gonna eat? They're gonna sit in their cars? Okay. But the other thing is, my son-in-law works for GM, and he works in the electrical vehicle program. And he looked at the schematics for the charging stations, and I know we already talked about the removal of them, but let's say we keep them. They are 6 to 8 hour charging stations to recharge a vehicle. That means somebody sits there for 6 to 8 hours. What are they gonna do if they can't sit inside and eat? What are they gonna, they're gonna just walk around? No, they're gonna walk around our neighborhood. They're gonna check things out in the neighborhood. The whole thing, I'm not against the gas station, I want you to understand that. I just think the location is wrong. I think if you look at this in a more wider spectrum, down Dixie Highway on the other side of Feldman Dodge, Bordines has a huge chunk of property for sale. Power right at the street, it's flat, it goes on forever back. You could put a truck stop in there. And it's not close to the pipeline, which the fuel tanks, I believe, are 50 to 60 feet away from the pipeline where they're being buried. It's not near a bus stop, and it doesn't impede the traffic of Big Lake and Dixie, and it doesn't make a falling possibility for the people who may venture on the hill behind the gas station. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back.
You guys want this?
I'm Dennis Mullins, 8490 Inglewood. I have a concern. If they propose this to come straight down to the gas station, that means I'm coming out Inglewood. I'm gonna have to make a right turn down to the gas station, make a left to Dixie. School buses are coming down through there. It's hard enough now getting out. And I'm wondering, is that the case? I'll be coming out of Big Lake, right?
We would make that decision, the county would, when they redevelop that. We're just donating the land in order for them to have the opportunity to develop.
All right, that's one concern. The other concern is, has there been any type of a study on the value of our home, and especially the people behind the gas station? Is that going to affect their valuation?
No, there hasn't. Not that
Pardon
I'm
me?
aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
There hasn't been a study
No.
on that. And you think there should be?
That's something we can talk about. I don't think we've ever done that. Are you
All
done?
right. Well, I'd appreciate it. And
Understood.
I'm sure they would too.
Okay, thank you. The lady here, if you would give the people who haven't talked, not you, come on up.
I just had a question.
Just give the other people a chance first.
My name's Dina Slanda. I live at 6600 Nadette, the one directly on the corner. Honestly, most affected by this. I want to apologize a little bit in advance because public speaking is not my forte, but this is just how strongly I feel about what is happening here. A couple things before I get started. At the beginning, how do you pronounce Suture?
Suture. yeah.
Suture. You had brought up a very valid point about moving that intersection. How exactly, what is the benefit to that? Here's my concern. We take the problem intersection, sure, it's a problem. It absolutely is. I cannot leave my house at 152 or I'll be blocked in forever by the trade center kids or whatever.
Right.
And I think at 10:52 on half days. You're just taking that whole intersection and you're shifting it down, which just moves the traffic. It doesn't solve the traffic problem, it just moves the traffic problem. But then also, you're inviting all of this extra traffic to the area. So moving it to resolve the problem, but then inviting extra traffic to it, that it's not logical. They keep trying to appeal to us about these beautiful trees that they're gonna put up between our homes and this location. But if you see, I obviously don't have it and don't have access to it, but if you do, you can see that on their site plan, ours is actually the only home that does not have a retaining wall, a fence, trees, nothing. It appears to be wide open from our backyard directly into the facility. I have a problem with that. There's retaining walls and fences and trees and everywhere else, but not in my home, not in my backyard. This gentleman here just spoke to the potential connection, and I realize that you were just estimating that it's up to the county, whatever. But the fact of the matter is that you misrepresented. Because when you had it up there on the screen, you said this is approximately where that curve would go to route people into the gas station, and here's where it would go over to Deer Hill. On the site plan, you can see that that curve actually butts up directly to our property line. It's not anywhere near where this gentleman said that it was gonna be. So I don't love the misrepresentation there. Now I'll get to what I came in wanting to say. I live on Nadette with my husband and my 2 young kids. We purchased our home 3.5 years ago. We chose this location in our home because we loved that it was rural, but we still had access to all of the conveniences we could possibly need within just a couple miles, meaning we don't need this. We have a large family of deer that frequent our yard. My children adore them. They have named them all. We have a groundhog. They named Brownie. He pops up and watches them swim in the backyard. And feeling so frustrated that all of this is being threatened. There are so many reasons that this project is not in the best interest of the community, and even more so, incredibly harmful to its closest residents, all of us. We can talk about light pollution, sound pollution, the lack of effective fire suppression systems in the site plan, the increase of traffic, health and safety concerns, and the lack of need for this type of business, because also I'd like to bring up that we have 4 markets just like this already in the area. We have Holly Road and 75, we have an Alex's at Holly and Dixie, yes?
Grange Hall.
We have, Grange Hall and Dixie, my apologies. We have White Lake and White Lake and Andersonville, or whatever that one is. We've got that one, and then we've got Billy Bob's, owned by Alex's, up on Dixie. We already have this. We don't need it. My immediate and primary concern is the safety of my children and the rest of the children who live on this street. The street has always been a safe one. That will no longer be the case should this gas station be approved. Being that the facility is directly off I-75 and will consist of their playing area, the dog walk station, outdoor seating, a market, and gas station, we're inviting limitless traffic from those traveling the expressway as well as our local traffic. How can I feel comfortable allowing my children to play in their backyard when they'd constantly be surrounded by strangers? My children could be snatched out of my yard on I-75 in 30 seconds and out of the country in under an hour. This is a concern to me, especially since my yard is the only yard that doesn't have a retaining wall, fencing, no barrier whatsoever to protect us from the onslaught of traffic and strangers that you're bringing into my backyard. According to missingkids.org, 24% of child abductions are by a stranger and occur, I'm sorry, I have asthma, within a quarter mile of the home. School-aged children are at greatest risk for abduction on school days, before and after school hours, while walking to and from the bus stop or school. And I know Mr. Walton already mentioned that our bus stop is right there at Englewood and Nadette. It's my kids that he's referring to that you're putting directly in harm's way by doing this. My next immediate concern is our neighborhood health. Fuel emissions are proven to exacerbate many health issues for everyone, but especially those with pre-existing health conditions and children. With a very quick and simple internet search, I found study after study by reputable sources like the NIH, the US EPA, and Johns Hopkins University that all clearly state the dangers of building a gas station within 500 feet of a home. Some of the information I found is as follows. Health effects range from nausea to cancer, which stems from benzene, which has proven to have no safe levels. Ethylbenzene and xylene, among others, which are released into the air while you're fueling and also while you're not fueling, and also emits from the underground storage of the fuel. Higher ozone levels associated with gas stations can lead to respiratory problems and asthma, while benzene is a known cancer-causing chemical. Repeated high exposure to gasoline, whether in liquid or vapor form, can cause lung, brain, and kidney damage. A 2004 study documented a significant relationship between childhood leukemia and living near fuel stations. The EPA states that lawsuits have been filed and won across the country by people whose soil and groundwater were polluted by gas stations leaking underground storage tanks and fuel spills at their sites. Because of these stats and so many others, counties and states across the country, again, feel free to look this up because I did. I think there are 10 currently, and there are more working on it, adopting new laws that require that gas stations not be built within 500 feet of a home because of the health hazards related to doing so. If all of this information is available to me by just typing, and I'm just a substitute teacher and a mom, I know it's available to everybody in this room. I also don't make a habit of speaking to my public about my health to the public, but I feel it's necessary. I have severe asthma and have currently been sick with several respiratory issues that remain unresolved, not contagious, by the way. This episode that I have has been going on for about 6 months. If this site is developed with a gas station, I will become very ill. It will start when they break ground. The dirt, dust, and related construction fumes in the air will make me unable to open the windows in my home. I will not be able to leave my home because I won't be able to breathe. This high level of air pollution in my own backyard will ensure hospital stays for me over and over, which have affected my kids a great deal. Follow that with the vapors and fumes from the gas station once it's complete, as discussed before, and I won't be able to live here at all. I'm not the only one with medical concerns that will be affected. What exactly are we, the medical sensitive community, supposed to do? What solution do we have? You will be forcing us out of our home, out of our community, and out of where our children go to school and have built their own little lives too. They're 8 and 6. This development will require us to sell our home, and that fact breaks my heart more than I even can tell you. We love our home, and we love our neighbors, and we love our neighborhood. Another concern I have is that of the dog walking area. We have an invisible dog fence around the perimeter of our home. I'll state again that there's no fencing of any kind, nor retaining wall listed in the site plan behind our house. So what assurance do I have that the dogs at this dog walking park are not going to charge into my yard and take after my kids and my animals? I know mine aren't leaving. They can't guarantee. Maybe there will be signs telling patrons to leash their animals, but if we're all being serious, we have all witnessed people not leashing animals when they're supposed to be leashed. I am not interested in my children or my animals being the victim of an accident for this to be addressed. In addition to all of the neighborhood and community concerns, Mr. Pampalone's own hired consulting firm stated, as included in the site plan, I believe it was page 108, the wetland is also a wooded wetland, which provides a greater degree of wildlife habitat. In our opinion, to be conservative, we would consider this small wetland to be essential to the preservation of the natural resources of the township. There's also a township ordinance quoted in the same passage that the township requires protection of areas essential to the preservation of the natural resources of the state or township from pollution, impairment, and destruction. Can someone please clarify for me how this very large gas station and convenience store does not pollute, impair, or destruct the natural resources of the area? You might be just talking about the water. I've heard a lot of people talking about the water, and you fill in, and you're like, oh, it's such a small area, we can fill it in, not a problem. What about all of the other natural resources there? Our animals, the turtles that Bob spoke of that are on the endangered list, our deer, our groundhogs, our egrets, our herons, all of these things. It's not just, wetlands are not just about the water, it's about the life that lives there. As a member of this neighborhood and this community, I ask you to not let this happen. It is our understanding that our local government is charged with the task of keeping the best interests of the community in mind when making important decisions. All of the statements tonight that have been given or will be given have proven to you why this is not in the best interest of the community, and quite frankly, the ones who are most affected do not want this. We will have to sell our homes, we will have to leave. I'm a little bit mind blown, to be honest. And I do understand, I know that there was a comment from someone that it is zoned commercial. I'm aware. I'm not necessarily complaining that somebody purchased a property and wants to do something with it. We were aware that those two pieces of property were for sale when we moved into our home. The fact of the matter is, this business is not healthy for our neighborhood, it's not healthy for our children, and it's not safe for any of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I had a question
We-
about.
Just so we have it to associate it with your name and address again.
Guy Walton, 6580 Nadet. I had a question about the donation property, okay? That's the one that's on the northern side, where Inglewood, Nadet, and all that, Dixie and Big Lake all border. That is technically Springfield Township. How can he donate it to Independence to build the road? I'm curious as to how that works.
He can donate any piece of property he owns, just like he can sell it to anybody he
Even
wants.
though it's Springfield, he can just say, here, Independence, you can have it?
Yeah.
Doesn't
See?
that,
No.
well, I'm looking at it from
Well-
the tax aspect, because that's a taxable piece of land for Springfield Township, and he's just handing it to Independence and saying, here, you can have it now. It can't work that way, so I'm asking, how does it work?
Dick, you want to address that?
Yeah, to the best I can. I mean, you're asking a good legal question, and I'm not the township attorney. But as we have in the past, we would work with Springfield Township for, and develop an intergovernmental agreement, just like we did with the properties where the Deer Hill development was done. Actually, half of that property is in Springfield Township. And the township.
The condo complex?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, and the townships entered into a intergovernmental agreement for Independence Township to assume control of that portion of Springfield Township.
Okay.
In this particular case, there would have to be agreement between Springfield and Independence Township, regardless of who the property was donated to, because, these two communities have, in the past, agreed to cooperate if indeed such a road relocation was feasible the two communities have agreed to cooperate with one another. Now, that was when Colin Walls was supervisor and Pat Kittle was supervisor here. We obviously have new leadership now in both communities.
Right.
And so there would have to be some discussion between the two communities regarding that.
Because at this point, I have several neighbors who made calls yesterday to Springfield Township, and they know nothing about this
Well,
plan.
that is not correct.
That's what they were told.
I understand that, but I will tell you for an absolute fact, that is not correct. Because I have communicated with the Springfield Township about this. We're the former township planners, not anymore, but I communicated very directly with the supervisor about this.
Okay.
So, you know, I mean, look, nobody's trying to pull, you know, any lack of transparency here. And as I know you're knowledgeable, you know, this discussion has been going on for probably actively for 10 years regarding the relocation issue.
Yes.
It's been but for the lack of ability to acquire the property.
Right, but in the discussions previously,
Right.
and I'm not trying to drag this on, but in the discussions previously, there wasn't a gas station attached to it.
I understand.
So this is new.
You're right.
So that's why I was asking.
Yeah, no, you are absolutely correct about that.
I can vouch for the new Springfield supervisor-elect to Mr. Carlisle. He knows about it. He lives across the street from me, and I've told him about it several times, so he's aware.
I mean, and I'm not sure who the gentleman spoke to or the neighbor spoke to, but the current supervisor has been aware of it for some time and was aware of it when Colin was still the supervisor and clerk. And that's no commentary whether, you know, I'm not speaking for her in terms of whether she supported it or didn't support it, but that's how long this discussion has been going on from that standpoint, and is aware of the current proposal.
Other comments? Yes, sir.
Alan Perrell, 8150 Asher Court. I don't know if this rolls back. Yeah, it does. I wanted to bring up this slide here. I don't know if it's gonna, is this gonna?
Can you help me bring that back up, Brian?
It's ITV, so.
Does it take a minute?
Okay, there's a couple of points that I'd like to point out on this map, a comment, but one of my other comments was, has there been a light pollution study done on this?
Yes.
Yeah, we have.
And it's acceptable to the area which is behind there?
Yes.
I mean, is this a 24-hour operation? Is
We
it,
have- We have lighting ordinances and that basically are designed to minimize lighting on residential areas and stuff like that, and it meets them.
so the lady right here, she's not gonna have an issue with lights going in her house at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning?
Dick, you wanna comment on
Not under our current ordinance.
So it's acceptable?
Yes.
So what you're saying is
It meets
it's
the ordinance.
acceptable?
We have a very strict lighting ordinance.
Okay. Okay.
We can explain that, I mean, for one, is basically our ordinance makes sure the light is maintained on the property. It's all down-driven light, so the light can't, you know, go 90 degrees or 180
You know,
degrees.
you know for a fact that her house is gonna be lit up like a Christmas tree. it will.
Our-
But I'm speaking from somebody that's behind there that I know that's gonna light our area up. You light up a, you know, how many acres, 5 acre piece of property that you're gonna light it up to daylight light? You're telling me in that surrounding area that's no longer, that is a woodlands right now is going to be, it's gonna be lit up like a Christmas tree.
Are you gonna be able to look out your window and see the light? Yes. Is the light gonna bleed through and light up your house? That's what we prevent.
You can't look up and see the stars. Why move out in the country? That's one reason why.
This is not the country
Right,
anymore.
you know what I'm pointing out over here. So, property's right here, correct?
Yeah.
So, this is the pond that we've been talking
Correct.
about. It's at a lower elevation than this here. Where the site's gonna drain water now, and supposedly it's gonna be running into this property, which now puts that whole flat area, that collects water, because it's solid surface. It's a hard surface, right, so water's gonna run off. So that water runs off now, where's it gonna travel? What about that other slide that we were looking at, where it was, showing like the, trough through the woods, where the water runs when it builds up? Where's that water run? It's running down here into this big basin. And in fact, they did have a fire, or if they had, you know, a large dumping of water, where's that water all gonna go, that contaminated water? It's all gonna run right here. Right into I live right here in the corner here. It's gonna run into that pond.
Well,
And it's gonna go through the groundwater, which is going back to that pond, because this is where the water in this whole area collects.
the existing site, that there is, I saw it, there is evidence of that intermittent stream on the property. And my estimation was uphill of the wetland area, but, and there's no evidence of any surface water flowing out of that wetlands
Okay.
to the
well,
southwest. It's probably going underground or something.
But you're creating a new hardscape.
And they're gonna capture, if I understand what they said,
And it's gonna run off the property, they already said that too.
they're gonna capture it, retain it, and then it'll, yes, it will absorb into the land and run off the property.
Okay, and where's it going?
I
Personally,
personally,
you can make a quick assumption by looking at this picture where it's going.
I would hope it's going in this, it'll go in the same direction it's going now. And it will,
And in an emergency situation where there's an overflow.
yeah,
They have,
understand
they
that.
have an EV that's on fire, there's 30-some thousand gallons of water, and whatever pollutants that are in that, and where's that gonna go? It's going in my backyard.
Yeah, I understand that.
And the gentleman here, you mentioned you read a law. It has to benefit to lose that wet money, you say?
Yes.
What's the benefit to the community? I don't see the benefit. And that law right there states that you have to have a benefit to the community to lose the wet money. I don't see the benefit.
Anybody else in the audience?
No.
Yes, sir.
Name's Ken Toner, 6641 Nadette. Another thing to add what he was saying about the drainage to the one pond there, on this diagram you've got here, you're not even showing the other lake that's farther down closer to Foster Road. All of this water around here is connected. The headwaters of the Clinton River start clear out in the park, out Sashball Road, out north of Pine Knob there. All of that water comes into like Deer Lake too. Deer Lake is the headwaters. We're not even showing how far away Deer Lake is from this also. Deer Lake is pretty close to this. And all that, I believe, is going into the Independence water treatment system. Isn't that where our water gets pumped from for the city water in Independence Township?
We have multiple wells around the township.
Well, then that tower's just there at White Lake Road and Dixie. That's not that awful far from where this is being proposed also. Now, aside from all of that, where you're talking about moving this road, has any of you been out there and actually seen the circus that goes on when that school lets out at like 10:20, 10:15 in the morning, or when they let it out in the afternoon? It's a real circus. You have how many different school districts actually ship their kids to that vocational school over there? 7 different school districts? It's crazy. When that school lets out and the kids are driving like maniacs, and now you're gonna add a gas station right next to it, exiting into there, you're adding more congestion to this intersection with the probability of somebody getting killed. There was a lady there that was killed not too awful long ago that was hit in a minivan by a school bus. That's why we have green arrows there now at that intersection to help control the flow of that traffic a little bit better. But 9 months before that, somebody had wrote the Oakland County Road Commission about this, saying that it's a problem intersection. I followed up with it probably a couple months after that, agreeing and adding to the content of what she added about that intersection. And not more than 9 months later, a lady died at that intersection. Now you're wanting to add more traffic to it? You're wanting to have this gas station exit onto Big Lake Road also? It's already crazy enough. Now we're gonna add more traffic. And the likelihood of somebody else getting killed there because of adding more traffic to a problem intersection, and there's documentations on how many people have been killed at that intersection over the years. And one other thing about this hasn't just been going on for like 10 years. They've been trying to put a gas station there for like the last 30 years or more. And every time it comes up, it gets refused. There's more that I could probably add to it, but I think that enough there alone, adding to more traffic and the possibility of people getting killed at that intersection, it's already a circus. It's gonna be a 5-ring circus if you allow this.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before he goes away, you said that there was a traffic study done. Did the traffic study include what he's talking about, those components, or is it just, you know, I don't know exactly what a traffic study consists of, but does it consist of going down there at 10:15 and looking at the mess that's there, that he claims is there? I've never been down there. I'll
I'd love
admit.
for you to come see it. It's insane. We can't
I
even get
will.
out of our
You know,
neighborhood
I
with them
will, and I
kids
am.
getting out.
But I'm just wondering if the traffic study, which they said, you know,
Well-
was
The traffic
okay,
study's focused on
included.
movements in and out of the site.
Okay, so it doesn't include like dangers or accidents or people getting killed or any of that kind of stuff, which seems to me to be a consideration if we're gonna add to the problem.
And then you're gonna exit off of the store or gas station onto Big Lake Road too, and onto Dixie both?
Okay, let me just ask this. Are we adding to the problem or not, based on what he
According to the
said?
traffic study, no.
Baloney.
That's not an answer.
Come
to-
see it. Please come see it.
You just said the traffic study doesn't really consider some of the stuff he's talking about.
I missed it because I'm sorry I had to step out of the room.
Oh, yeah,
to take
I'm
some
sorry,
medication.
yeah,
I
yeah.
apologize. I did not hear the entire
The
thing.
entire
so
thing.
I can't answer the question.
Just the record traffic of people bringing their broken down Teslas to the dealership, and the car haulers that have been coming in and out of there. I mean, you can almost clock your watch to how many wreckers come in and out of there bringing broken down Teslas to the service station there.
Okay. Thank you.
But let me say that part of the reason for this whole proposal to relocate Big Lake and Deer Hill is part of it, because part of the problem is from the vocational school in Springfield Township. And by the way, there has never been a gas station proposed on this piece of property.
Yes, there has.
Not on this piece.
No,
You are not, you are not correct.
On the corner.
No, there.
What corner?
I hear
In
you, Dick.
Springfield Township.
We don't need to argue the point.
I mean, I can tell you there's never been a gas station proposed on this piece of property.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? Anybody online? The lady back there.
My name is Lynn Spitsness, and I'm at 6560 Nadette. I'm directly behind where this is being proposed. And for me, it all comes down to the verbiage that says, what is the advantage? Why are we willing to get rid of this wetland if it's not in the best interest of the public? And speaking as direct member of the public that's directly affected by this, I don't see it. We do not have a need for another gas station and convenience station. Directly on the other side of the freeway is a BP, and gas is notoriously 40 to 60 cents higher per gallon at gas stations that are directly off the freeway. If this gas station is proposed or it goes through and it's on our side of the freeway, we aren't using it. We'll go a mile down to Speedway and pay 40 to 60 cents less per gallon. The people that are going to use this gas station are the people that are coming off of I-75. So like you said, the 10,000 people that are coming in and passing our intersection on I-75 every day are going to be now coming to our backyard. So please understand where we're coming from. We're not just trying to ask for us, we're trying to ask for the students that are at the Northwest campus that are traveling that path every day, that may stop in the gas station, but they're also going to be in the middle of that traffic mess that this is creating because all of these extra people are coming into town and stopping here where they never would have before. We moved here because we feel like we are on the outskirts of the city where it starts to become country, and slowly it's creeping in. Slowly with more development, more for sale signs and commercial land. We don't have to build on every sliver of land that we have left. We don't have to run all of the deer and the wildlife out of our community. Look at our brochures for our towns, for Independence, for Springfield. We pride ourselves on having these beautiful green spaces, but yet we're approving these things to be built on every single sliver of land we have. This is more than just these homes that back up to it. It's our community and trying to maintain and preserve what we have here. That's all.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Amber Ross, 8176 Fairfield Circle. I know the lady mentioned it before, but it bears repeating that if you turn this area into a gas station, and because of the location off the freeway, it's gonna basically become a truck stop. And with truck stops, you've got all that exhaust. Those guys, if they sit for any length of time, they leave that truck running. And so then you have to hear that motor running. You have to smell the fumes, and never mind the lot lizards that everybody knows what those are. That would be in the area, the exhaust from just cars sitting there idling. And the light pollution might be acceptable for your, for your laws or whatever, but it's not acceptable for me. I mean, we got a meteor shower coming Monday that's supposed to be peaking, and I won't be able to look out on my front lawn anymore to look up because I already got light pollution from the stupid Tesla dealership that makes a huge difference. It was not like that when I first moved in. So, and then also the proximity with all the kids that would be there and with the freeway, it is a legitimate thing. You guys don't even realize that Michigan is one of the top things for sex trafficking. It's not a joke. Kids will be gone just like that. And as a mother of 2 kids, it is very scary, and it's not something that just needs to be, oh, that's a paranoid mom. No, it's a legitimate fear. And anyway, that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Online? No one online? Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I will close the public hearing. Question for the applicant. Could you go into a little more detail on the retaining wall? I have some questions on it.
Absolutely.
Pull up. In the plans we have, it looked like it wasn't continuous all the way around the property. It looked like there was a break in it.
That's correct.
And then it does not go all the way to the north.
So the idea behind the retaining wall is that we have to match the existing elevation of the Buckeye pipeline, and if that wasn't there, we'd have to match the existing elevation of the homes that back to the property. So we can't change their grades.
Understood.
So the grade at this corner is 1060. The grade at the...
We can't see it.
Oh.
I think he's trying, you're trying, right? It takes a minute.
Oh, my apologies.
While we're waiting, you're also proposing to put, I assume, I forget, is it aluminum fencing on top of the wall, right?
Yes, there's fencing proposed on top of the wall. You can see here in the picture that it's required. Anytime that you have a fall hazard that is greater than 36 or 42 inches, I forget which. 30 inches, you're required to put up a safety fence. So there will be a fence at the top of the wall. The existing grade up here is 1060. The proposed grade at the bottom is 1047, so it's 13 feet at this location. You can see as it wraps around the corner here, I have this rotated, so north is actually to the left. So if you come around the corner to where the old courthouse property was, it goes down to 1040 and ultimately goes down to 1030. The same thing happens up here. So this lot at the end of the property is at 1060. The next one's at 1060. The next one's at 1050. The next one's at 1040, and so on until they connect in a flat manner. As you on the donation parcel, it's essentially a flat piece. So this wall follows the natural topography. So at this location, it's 13 feet high. And it starts to go down to where it stops at this location. But the landscape screening does not stop. The landscape screening continues on. So these 14 to 16 foot Norway spruces continue on along the entire length of the, till you get to this point right here. And this is the corner of where the Springfield property ends. So if you go back to the aerial, so this pole's right on the corner. So this donation parcel ends right at the corner of the pole. That's the corner of this neighbor's, the firefighter and his wife that spoke this evening. That's the corner of their property and the Buckeye pipeline. So in relation to the site plan, that corner is right here. Okay, so the retaining wall ends here, and it starts to go up because that's what the grade does. At a point where there's no retaining wall, it's because there's no grade difference between the two, but there is still the landscape screening. And certainly, if we have to modify, something in this area to supplement some trees, we could do that. Trees are not, adding additional trees are not the issue. It's not the site plan issue. It is a site plan issue. It's not the zoning and the wetland issue. But we would certainly work with them if we needed to add some additional trees or something along their property. But yes, the retaining wall does not go the full length of the property because of the existing grades.
I wonder if you could continue that fencing also behind the trees.
Yeah, fencing is not a problem. We absolutely could continue the fencing. If it would add some safety and security for the neighbors, we would absolutely be willing to do that. This fencing that's shown right here is a standard 4-foot fence. They make them all heights, so you could do a 6, you could do an 8, you could do a 12. You don't have to. Fencing can be specified in any height, but we're showing it as a 4-foot fence.
Okay.
This is the commission's time to discuss
Yeah. Public hearing was closed. One of the people commented about the proposed location of the road that would go in to connect this gas station to Big Lake and the curve of Big Lake and how it was approaching their property line. The plans I saw online did not show any proposal, so I think there might be a misunderstanding there.
So we had originally shown a stub drive over here. This gas station and convenience store will be fully functioning with the one driveway. It's not, if it doesn't work with because remember, we don't know when it's going to be built. The functioning of the site plan has to work without that connection. If we had to do without that connection, we would have to do without the connection. So if the traffic study and the design documents in the future for whenever that is built don't have adequate turning, right in, right out, or whatever, if it can't work through the geometrics that are required, then we wouldn't be permitted to add an additional connection there. The reason that we're proposing one is because connectivity between parcels is a master plan goal. Well, it's one of the reasons we have a stub street over here, and it's so that you have alternate exits in case of emergency. So you have the ability that you're not constantly forced to go only in one direction. You have options, and that's what good connectivity is all about.
You are having some inside dining, right?
No, there's no inside dining. It's carry out only. It's Soroki's Chicken, and we have a patio area and picnic tables out there. But the bulk of the customers are going to take it with them like they would at any other convenience store.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not a question for Dick.
Go ahead.
Mr. Carlisle, there's been a lot of talk about treatment and of the site and whatnot. Obviously, it goes into the detention basin, and they talked about the oil catch swirl system before and all that. Something on one of those slides, I think the vehicle count between I-75 and Dixie is roughly 126,000 cars a day that crisscross that area. I-75 has drains. Dixie Highway has drains. The largest source of hydrocarbon pollution is leaking on the road. Those drains aren't treated, correct?
That's correct.
And they just go right into the bottom of Dixie Highway at the low point and right into the horseshoe pond.
Yeah, for the
And
most
which
part.
is sad. I'm not saying it's a great thing, but there's and you don't want to unnecessarily add to pollution, but they're capturing it, whereas every other pollution source, the greatest pollution source, is not captured.
That is a problem.
It is.
Yeah.
And I would like to add that this property is zoned C4. And assuming, big assumption, that we grant a wetlands permit for these people or somebody else, this site will get developed someday. All the land, the majority of land is privately owned. And a private owner has the right to do with it what he wants, as long as it complies with local ordinances and zoning laws. And as much as we would like to preserve the farms and everything else, things change, and we can't stop it. And you could have a 20,000 square foot shopping center built here. You could have a hotel, a bar or a restaurant, and this rezoning gives us the opportunity to encourage an applicant to provide site enhancements that somebody, shopping center, wouldn't, all they would have to do is meet our ordinance. And my mind's still not made up, but I think they've done a lot to enhance the site, to minimize some of the light pollution and protect the privacy of the residents behind it. I think, you know, we pointed out, I think the evergreen plantings could be extended and stuff like that to help, but understand it, it's gonna get developed someday. And it could be a hotel, could be a shopping center, 20,000 square feet, and the traffic will be there. And this also provides us the opportunity to fix what the township feels is an unacceptable traffic situation on Dixie. I recognize that some of you see some pitfalls in that, but as a planning commission, we have to take into account the whole township and what's in the good of people that live 5 miles down the road on Dixie. And we have to take all that into account. And it would create one intersection there on Dixie, and it would create a much better pedestrian crossing area too. So I just hope you understand that.
Can I add something to that, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, you know, Mr. Carlisle, been here roughly 12 years. And we keep talking about the community benefit of the wetland permit and whatnot. I assume before me, something like that may have occurred, but to donate, you know, they said current market value maybe 800,000. Let's say it's just $500,000. They're essentially handing a $500,000 parcel. It may never connect the road. Then it's a vacant parcel that's essentially a green space. You know, the township can turn it into a green space. So has there been a donation such, and I know in 12 years there hasn't, that I can recall, but.
So you're accepting an $800,000 parcel to approve?
I'm talking,
Yeah,
sir.
it's a bribe.
Well, that's what you're stating.
I'm talking, sir.
The public comment period is done. You know, the one item that I think is really being missed here, I mean, regardless of all this, is the parcel in Springfield Township is zoned non-residential. It's zoned for office service use. So let's just say none of this happens. That parcel where these folks live, that parcel still is subject to potential development in Springfield Township. The township, with frankly, our assistance has prevented it from being zoned commercial. We had 2 applications, as many people here know. There was litigation over both of them, and Springfield Township prevailed. The primary reason that we've been able to prevail there, the Springfield Township doesn't have water and sewer. That's one of the reasons, that's one of the overriding reasons why we were able to prevail and prevent it from being zoned commercial and keep it as an office type of parcel. And there have been proposals for office development. In fact, the North Oakland Builders Association at one point in time had a site plan to build an office building on that piece of property. And it was, my recollection was it was approved, but they didn't go forward for financial reasons. We're in a different circumstance. Even though we're on a boundary, this parcel does have water and sewer. And so I think the reality of it is, at some point in time, we're not just talking about this 2.5 acre parcel. You're probably talking about a total of 14 acres there. That is zoned commercial. Despite previous recommendations to rezone that to something else. That has never been accepted as a possibility. Let me just put it that way.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask this quickie?
Yeah.
I should know this, but I don't. It's zoned now what, you say commercial, but there's a specific.
It's C4, general
C4.
commercial, yeah.
What does that, can we build a hotel on general
Yeah.
commercial?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Special land use.
Well, no,
It
that's,
would be special land use,
well,
correct?
that's not buildable without permission.
correct,
So I'm
but
saying,
there
what can we
are,
put
there
on-
are a whole variety of
What could I put, I bought the property, it's zone CO or whatever,
C4.
C4.
You
Okay,
put up a
what can I
shopping
put on
center.
there without any
Don't just say.
variances or anything like, what can I put on there?
shopping center.
Okay.
sit-down
Okay,
restaurant, you
yeah.
know, a tavern, a bar, you know, I
Okay.
mean, all those food service operations, those are all permitted,
C4s.
permissible uses, correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fast food,
Well, and as I said, a hotel would be a special land use, but it's not a rezoning,
Yeah.
so it,
less protection in that regard.
yeah.
I mean, I point this out, I mean, I'm not, look, regardless of whether your position is about this particular proposal being acceptable or not, the issue of this particular site being developed at some point in time, it is zoned commercial. I mean, and we have had actually, you know, we've had a previous proposal on this for, it was a
Hotel.
gas station.
Oh, and also a hotel. We talked
And a
about
hotel,
hotels.
that's correct, that didn't go forward for various reasons. The point of it is, the wetland issue is not as significant as it's being made out to be perfectly blunt about that.
Okay.
You have to separate these issues from that standpoint.
Understood.
Okay.
I saw some reference in the plans to, on the south east side, the retaining wall being temporary. Is that because when that site eventually gets developed, it'll come down maybe, or what, why is that referred to as temporary?
Yes, sir, because that's where the stub for the connectivity between the parcels are. So it's gonna require some grading that'll go on to the other property that will happen when and if that ever happens. So the
Okay.
retaining wall, that piece will either be filled or that will be cut and the retaining wall will be modified. But it's temporary because we don't have a development plan to tie into to the south.
Okay.
Yep.
Dick, I looked at our landscaping requirements, and I did not see anything that would require, well, I'll say it a different way. I'm a little disappointed there's not more landscaping on the southeast side.
Let's just remember, this is a conceptual plan. We did not even
Okay.
do a detailed review. Certainly, the planning commission has the ability to require additional screening, buffering, whatever you believe is necessary to provide the appropriate protection to the neighboring properties.
And I'm asking that question now so we can
Yes.
provide him some direction when he comes back from final.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
yeah.
I mean, we don't get into a lot of those details. Look, what has been submitted is, and I think because of the applicant wanting to prove their case, is beyond what we would normally require at this point. And thank you to them for doing that, because it is what has engendered all this discussion. You would have had less information normally, that would have left even more questions. So they've gone beyond that to provide this amount of information.
Okay.
But we don't stop here. I mean, we have two
Understood.
other stages here.
Yeah.
You see, this isn't even really a formal site plan review, it's just a site overview for the concept, why you would change the rezoning.
Question.
Is that right, Dick? We'll
That's
still
correct.
look at a site plan?
Yes.
Or is it a separate
I
step?
mean, you could treat this as a conceptual site plan. However, you can just simply treat it as a concept plan to support the planned rezoning overlay. And then they would still require to come back conceptual and final. They're still required to come back for final site plan approval no matter what.
Okay. Linda?
You all may know this, but what is carried through that Buckeye pipeline? What is that? Is it gas?
Yeah.
I think there are a variety of different, it changes. There's jet fuel. I mean, there's fuel. They change what is conveyed through that pipeline from time to time. But it is all petroleum based, obviously.
High pressure.
High pressure.
Anybody else got any comments or questions? I am gonna recommend, well, before I do that, I would like to see the traffic study. So I'm wondering if we can get that subsequent to this meeting. So we do things properly here, all right? I think we should go back to the wetland permit and make a decision to approve, deny, or postpone, and what, if it's to postpone, what we would like, to urge us to make a decision. And then come back to the rezoning. Based on some advice I got, we should probably do, and I think it makes sense, make a decision on the wetland before we make a decision on the rezoning. So if that makes sense to you guys, I think I would like to hear a motion, much as we did with the wetlands, to temporarily postpone this and then go back to the wetlands.
There's no motion been made, so we don't need to postpone, do we? We can just,
Yeah, there's nothing to approve, right?
we just go back to,
Well, we've been asked to approve a rezoning overlay.
What,
well, like I
So
said,
you gotta do
it's just,
wetland
it's,
first.
yeah, it's just whatever, motion you wanna do. It's like, the proper thing is do the wetland motion first. And then
He was
make a
asking
motion.
to formally postpone what we're talking about now and go back to what we were talking about previously. Is that
Because it was a-
necessary in your opinion?
Because it was a public hearing.
It was a public hearing, we ended it, so I mean, you know, we can make motions and move on however we need,
yeah. And I think, but you were suggesting to take action on the wetland application first.
Yes.
were you not?
Yes.
Yeah, which is fine, but I'm just
So
saying,
I was
we don't.
suggesting to postpone this one temporarily
Yeah,
and go back to the wetlands.
Yeah.
And then come back to this.
I think Chairman is just
In discussion,
looking
that's
at this,
fine.
the sequence of things on the agenda. So yes, you may, proceed with the wetland application first and make make a motion on that, or you could do it the other way. But I think as Mr. Scarborough is indicating, I think, that is what's been presented first, and I think you should deal with the wetland issue first.
I was only just saying, we don't need to make a motion to postpone item number 2, because we have, all we did was have the public hearing.
Yeah, I
We
think
can
you're
just go
correct.
on and,
Yeah,
if we
go
wanna make
ahead.
a motion on number 1, on the
Correct.
wetlands
Okay.
permit, we
Yeah.
can just go do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it's unneeded minutia, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So we're back to the
Wetland.
wetlands? Okay. I'd just like to get some, just nods on the group here, sort of. In determining whether the activity is in the public interest. Now, the activity is the building, generally the building of this project. Okay, are we in agreement that this now is in the public interest? Has it been determined that
I
putting
guess
this
As a
project,
point of order, you can't poll the members of the board. You know, what you're trying to do is do a polling, find out where everybody is.
Straw.
That's why you make a motion and people vote on it, so.
Yeah.
okay, well,
I'm just bringing it up. I don't want
Okay.
us to go down some
Right.
No,
road
that
that
is
is
absolutely
illegal.
correct. The way that you proceed to action is to start with a motion. And you may have discussion on the motion, of course.
of course.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion in wetland permit file 2024-001. Petitioner Vito Pampalona, parcel 0819351-004. I motion that we approve the wetland permit, citing the Eagle study, saying it's a low-quality, unregulated wetland. The benefits would be the parcel and site donation by the petitioner to improve the quality and safety of the Big Lake Road intersection, as well as other site features of environmental quality and bioswales and solar panels and such. That's it.
Can you make it conditional upon approval of the rezoning by the township board?
Of,
The rezoning request. I think that was one of the suggestions.
okay, yeah, I accept
Right
the,
there?
Yeah.
I accept the chairman's modification to include the approval of the parcel rezoning by the Independence Township Board.
I'll support.
Still roll, Joe,
Question?
discussion?
To Mr. Galley, his change, when you said the township board, you did mean the township board of trustees, right? you're not talking about this board.
Correct. They
Okay,
approved
I
the
was just
rezoning.
unclear
Correct.
about.
They
what that meant.
ultimately are the one, so. Okay, any more discussion on the motion?
Pending wetland mitigation.
Donation
Yeah,
from the bank.
I guess, yeah, I took it for granted that that's in the minutes and discussion, so, yes, I'll accept the amendment to the motion to include the, wetland mitigation fees and
Okay.
procedures.
And Ron, you
I'll
seconded
accept
it?
that, yes.
Any other discussion? Belinda, you take a roll call vote?
Bill Scarborough,
Yes?
Joe Sucher,
No,
Belinda Billings, no. Brian Galley,
Yes.
Jason Borsheim,
Yep.
Ron Ritchie,
Yes.
Tom Patel.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're back to the site, the rezoning request. Anybody want to make a motion?
Number 2? Go for it.
I would just urge you to
Are you
include.
talking about number 2?
Yeah,
I think there's still a lot that needs to be, a lot of answers that need to happen before we could vote on that.
that's fine. What would they be?
Um,
In your,
Well, for instance, no EV charging units. I'd like to assure that the township is gonna oversee an annual maintenance of the stormwater system.
We're talking about the rezoning, not the site plan. So, not to interrupt, sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
yeah,
that's not one thing. I mean, the rezoning and the site plan are not like the same item on the agenda.
well, if there, Dick, if there are strong issues that you feel are part of the rezoning and should be in the pro agreement,
That needs to be included, yes. For example, if you as a board, you know, whoever chooses to make a motion, you may include those items in your motion that this is approved. And in this case, because it is a PRO, the applicant has offered to remove the EV. So I would incorporate that in your motion.
I mean that exact language.
Yes, correct. That has been an offer that has been made. And any other, I guess, any other modifications of the conditions that have been offered by the applicant, that we can verify that the applicant, and I'm conditioning this because our PRO is in essence our conditional zoning requirements. The conditions have been offered by the applicant. So, I would like to verify, before the motion is finally acted upon, that the applicant's willing to agree to those. So, let's get it out on the table here and make sure that we can gain agreement from the applicant. And we know that EV definitely is one of them. Certainly, issues like extension of the landscaping and all that, that's a site plan issue. And I think that's a given that we will make sure that those things are addressed. So that doesn't necessarily need to be part of your motion.
And I think he agreed to that too, to extend fencing and
Correct.
landscaping at our
To provide further
discretion.
protection. So, yeah, I mean, you could even include that. I mean, I would just be careful going too far afield with adding conditions to the conditions they've already added, they've already offered, you know?
Which we could still change its review of the site plan, right? So, I guess that's why I was trying to say that a lot of that could be done with the site plan.
I am,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
Just a question for Dick. There were some comments made about building gas stations. I'm just gonna say in general, because I didn't know the specifics, 500 feet from homes. and it was being studied by the various, you know, blah, 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 health-related issues. If we want to know more about that, where would that fall into this process right now?
I am familiar with what the residents cited. There are studies. Was not able to verify empirical evidence associated with that. I also investigated whether the state of Michigan enforces those rules. As far as I can find right now, they do not, okay? I'm not saying that we don't have the ability to build in whatever measures in our site plan approval to provide additional protection for those residents from, you know, a light pollution and air quality, you know, all of those things.
Okay, but you answered the question.
We have that
It's
ability.
at the site plan review step where these would be addressed.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. We are predominantly now approving a use based on some conditions offered by the applicant. We have many other steps that we have to go through before we finalize a site plan. And many of these issues can certainly be addressed at a site plan stage.
Okay. Belinda, I'm gonna make a guess here, on your suggestion that the township institute some kind of monitoring system. I'm gonna guess you're probably not gonna get a lot of support on this board here. Maybe reduce it to a requirement that the applicant submit and their, I won't use the right term, your pump out.
Just maintenance schedule.
Maintenance
Reports.
reports to us. And then it's up to us to figure out what to do with them
Well,
if
if
we
they're
get it.
willing to produce them, why would we not want to see those?
I
I don't get that.
Why would
This
the
is
commission need
this
to
is
see
a
it?
fair point, first of all. I'm not entirely certain of what the Water Resource Commission's requirements are, and we can follow up with that with township engineers. I don't think this is an unreasonable point. I do believe it's a condition that can be applied at site plan approval. Okay? That would be up to you to bring that up, but I'm taking note of that. I don't think that's an unreasonable request, that there should be some type of monitoring. Now, whether it's by us or by the county, I think that the end result is what you're looking for. So,
Did you want to comment on that?
So what we can provide you with is, several resources to environmental engineers. You can pick them. It would be on our cost. We would pay them. You pick the engineer. We would pay them. They would do their report. That report would go back to engineering. So it would be on you guys, the engineering department, to pick that environment, and so that it doesn't look like we just poached somebody that, we're friendly with. It would be whoever you guys choose. They would come out and they would do their reports. We would pay them for the reports would get submitted back to engineering. And that would be at no cost
To the
to
township.
Independence.
Sounds
We're
fair.
gonna
Sounds like a good
yeah,
deal
just
to me.
review the reports.
Yeah,
Why
Mr.
would
Chairman,
our consulting
just a
engineer
quick question.
review those reports?
To somebody, maybe, Brian, when he talks about the engineer, who's he talking about in the township?
our township engineers,
Yeah.
Who's that?
So
Noack and Frous.
I
So
would
we don't
propose,
have any in-house?
No.
I would propose that if they provide the reports, then Noack and Frous review those reports.
Right.
They are our consulting engineer.
Okay,
And
do
I
we
would,
ever
I would
keep
suggest
anything
you,
on our-
let's
in our files that
wait
they
for
are working
advice.
on?
Let's get some
Just
advice
five.
from Noack and Frous about how frequently, the necessary frequency of when we should be receiving these reports.
He said annual maintenance,
I
so, I
understand.
mean, once a
And
year.
But I always feel more comfortable talking to our township engineers.
Yeah.
Okay.
When they provide the final site plan and the final construction plan, they have to provide a maintenance schedule in there. And so that should be in their final construction plans, but not yet. Like, they don't have to-
And we can dig into the details on that at the site plan.
Correct.
Okay.
I think also piggybacking on that,
this would be the first of going forward, this would be kind of the new plan when we approve anything with kind of water filtration or capture that requires.
Yeah.
I wanna make sure that we're not singling out this one applicant. So what we're deciding here is gonna going forward for similar types of applications. So we're making a long-term decision about this.
It's in our ordinance right now, municipal code.
On every
Like I said, we have to provide a maintenance schedule. I think what you're getting at is we wanna make sure somebody acts on it.
Looks
The
at
township
it,
gets
yeah.
the report.
I wanna make sure somebody looks at it,
Right.
reads
That's
it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the second half. I mean, we already require the maintenance schedule.
So we're-
It's
But
what
if
happens
nobody's
after that.
taking them, what good does it do to
I
require,
agree
you
with
know?
you. That's what I'm saying.
Dick, a technical question. If there's a motion to approve, we're actually
You're just recommending.
recommending to the township board.
That's
Just wanna
correct.
make sure that was clear. Okay. It's a flavor.
I
And
got
is
one
it
more
going to be
question.
with all of these conditions, or how are we gonna say that?
Belinda, you can make any kind of motion you want. I think Dick brings a good point. If you feel they're important enough to be memorialized, you should include them. But a lot of them, they can be covered at site plan.
Okay.
Joe?
Wait, just a question for Brian. You know, let's just say that, you know, the engineers, you get the reports, you know, you analyze them, you look at them, you say, yeah, this is good and all that kind of stuff. Does it ever get to Brian? Or
Yes.
does it ever get to?
Yeah.
It all goes through
The
Brian.
re-
Yeah.
Okay.
We- It's all saved in our
That's what I
document
wanted to know,
management system.
whether they're safe, because I thought, you know, if we got rid of Dick and everybody, then where would the paperwork be?
It's all stored at the
Believe me,
township.
Good, okay.
Dick is not gonna be here forever, Joe, I guarantee you that.
Okay, gotcha.
It's
No,
all stored in our document
Yeah,
management
yeah,
system.
yeah, I didn't understand that from your other comments, I thought you never got them.
Oh, no.
Yeah, okay, okay,
I save every file that's given to me.
okay, good, good.
Assuming, one more question, just follow up. Assuming the budget, does the budget include this kind of review, or is this an additional tack on to the budget?
Well, I mean, we have, typically when a site plan is finalized out, once it's constructed and finalized out, we release any escrow if it's remaining, or before they get C of O, they have to pay us whatever that difference is. So typically, that's how you close a project out.
Yeah.
So, in essence, what you're asking for is
Right.
possibly let's say it's a yearly, just for hypothetical, a yearly review, they're gonna have to post some sort of escrow every year with that.
So those are the kind of details I wanna make sure that we discuss and we understand that we're deciding on before we're spending somebody else's money now.
I mean, that's the thing is, let's say Noack and Fraus comes back and says, well, it's a $500 review to do a simple letter. They're gonna have to, the township's not gonna eat that cost,
Right.
so. And that's the thing, is you're putting that burden, we're gonna keep an escrow open forever, which our accounting and finance doesn't really like,
Right,
so.
Are there other townships that require similar types of reviews? Are we going completely alone with this? I mean, it sounds totally reasonable. What we're discussing sounds practical and reasonable. Are we the only township that's doing this?
I doubt it. I mean, I can't cite for you
Yeah, yeah.
specifics, but no, I doubt it. The point I was also trying to make to you earlier is that this, give our engineers the opportunity to have a discussion with the Oakland County Water Resource Commissioner's Office. Because if they are already doing this on an annual basis, then we don't need to duplicate that. If they have the staff and the resources to do that, but I think we need to know a little bit more about what they actually do to monitor these types of systems.
And you'll research that in the meantime.
Right.
Did you want to address that?
Yeah, just so you're aware, the state also monitors every station in Michigan, right? So they come out and do their own inspections as well, like on the tanks and everything. This would just be for the stormwater management. And like they said, that can be negotiated during the site plan or before, we start construction. However you guys want to do it, that's easier for you, it's fine with us. We're already doing it already, so whatever is easiest for you guys.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Do you want me to go?
Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna, move that on file, PC file 2024-003, for the parcel 08-19-351-004, that we, recommend, the PR overlay approval, C4 general business from, Pro MS, Motor Vehicle Service Station, with the, agreement that the applicant eliminates the charging stations at this time, and the donation of the property to the township is part of the agreement, and they agree to the reporting of the maintenance results for the storm sewer drains.
One question, can you amend it to say eliminate the charging stations as offered by the applicant?
I'll agree to that.
And Dick, we've got them, we've got the engineering review and the fire marshal's review. Do we need to reference those, or is that fine at site plan?
Contingent upon the comments in the review letters?
I just think you could, yeah, you can
Reference their letters?
reference the reviews from township consultants and fire department.
Okay,
I'll agree to that.
Yeah.
thanks. I'll second.
Who was the support on that?
Bill?
Okay.
Belinda, roll call, please.
Bill Scarborough,
Yes?
Joe Sucher,
Yep.
Belinda Billings, yes, Brian Galley,
Yes.
Jason Borsheim,
Yes?
Ron Ritchie,
Yes.
Tom Patel.
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the consideration.
Are we gonna have to do local with Franklin?
Next item.
Yeah.
Master plan update, final PC draft.
I'm just thinking, not
Somebody
only
left their
this
keys
parcel,
back here.
but
Should I stay for this?
It's okay.
you're off.
You're off to see the wizard.
Didn't make fun of my decision.
You can curse Jason.
Okay, master plan.
You can beat me up later.
That's the heat you take. That's the heat you take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's not easy because you know it's difficult.
You know, I had interesting discussion with actually attorney that we work with corporately, but he was also the chairman of a planning commission. And we got to talking about this, you know, and the position that planning commissions are, this is the purest, this is a great example of representative democracy. You are representatives of a democratic process, but everything that comes before you is not a plebiscite, you know? It is not, you know, in other words, you ultimately make decisions on the basis of the information that you get. And you're gonna be told so many times, you're not listening to us, or, you know, well, just remember that every hearing that you have is attended by 100 people. You have 36,000 people in this township, another 15,000 in Springfield. And that's why you are representatives as a planning commission, and that's what representative democracy is all about. And that was what the whole idea was behind setting up planning commissions. And oftentimes, you know, citizens are gonna wanna tell you, you shouldn't do this because of just what we think. Well, you have to take all these things into consideration and make the best decisions you can. So it is never easy from that standpoint.
People only pay attention when it's in their backyard.
Of course.
But that's what affects them. is
Of
what's
course.
in their backyard.
That's
Yeah.
right. And
Well, I would argue that. I would argue
You can
that.
argue it, but it's.
Of
You
course,
get a big,
but
you get a big development somewhere, you get a Walden Village.
Yeah.
It's gonna affect other people elsewhere in the town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there wetlands on parcel 3, do we know? That's the big one, just
Is it
south.
the county parcel?
No, not on the county parcel. There's two smaller parcels further down, and there are wetlands, I think, on both of those, and those are, one of those is, the one is owned by the county, and then in between is owned by a private individual, and it's virtually undevelopable. The property goes like that.
Okay, let's do the master plan.
Okay.
Do we really want to?
Well, I don't think there's a whole lot, as far as I'm concerned, I had one comment, which I'll get to, but I think from what I saw, it looked like it's in pretty good shape to go to the next level.
Yes.
Okay.
So it should be pretty quick.
Well, can I make one comment?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, there's so much chatter online about those lots on Sashaba. Do we have to, why can't we just leave those residential for the master plan?
Can I mention, I'm so glad you brought that up, Belinda. I want you to know that that designation has been in place in our master plan since 1999.
I remember you saying something like 22 years. I mean, I don't know why everybody's so upset about it right now, but I know people are.
Because they just noticed it.
Well, and the fact that there's one person that's selling 2 lots that floated a plan to make it multiplex, it was 4-plex units. And then he wanted connection into the subdivision to the east. And he basically is floating that to potential buyers as a potential development, which doesn't even meet that designation.
Well, we've never even seen it, have we?
No, it's never been a formal plan.
Let me, just as a way of background.
But he's doing that to sell the property.
Part of the reason why
Marketing.
we
101.
did that was there's always reasons for things. And part of the reason why the planning commission came up with that designation is because of the pressure that we were receiving for the spread of strip commercial development right down Sashaba Road, south of Mabee Road. And we had, and it was starting right at the intersection, and it was, the proposals were coming to march right on down. And we felt that we had to come up with at least a master plan designation for something other than commercial because of those large properties there. On the opposite side of Sashaba Road, many of the residential parcels there are small and non-conforming, and many of them are rental properties. So we felt that, back then, the planning commission felt that we needed to have a designation of that property that would allow for some, slight more density than what's currently permitted as a transition, and also they felt that it was an excellent location for some alternative styles of housing. And that's the reason why that occurred. So my question to all these people is, in 25 years, what bad has happened?
Yeah.
Zero.
No, nothing bad has happened, and in fact, a lot good has happened because we've had this mechanism to avoid people coming in and asking for commercial development. We say, we have this designated for a single-family attached detached at 4 units per acre. It's a viable category. It's not zoned that. It's still zoned single-family residential. So everything would have to come before the planning commission. So my point is, some of these things that people come up with, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. They're not entitled to their own set of facts. And factually, that's been 25 years in the master plan.
It's like there's only 5 gas stations in the town.
And, I mean, the maximum density you could have is right around 4 units per acre. And Dick's office figured it out for me. Across the street, it's 3.4 units per acre. Not a big change. So, I had a comment. Yeah, the area on your map for the M15 corridor that I was talking about,
What page?
well, I gotta find it.
41 maybe? No, that's future land as well.
Frank, like, if we go to the M15 target plan. Yeah, page 72. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. The area I was talking about that I really wanted to push, office service residential, was more up closer to Cranberry Lake. Now Dick, or I won't blame it on Dick,
Okay.
maybe blame's the wrong word.
That's okay.
So have it go all the way
He
to
did.
Cranberry, okay.
Well, and I'm not so concerned actually about the area that abuts the service drive, because I get that.
So the purple changed to hashed.
Is anybody,
Say that again.
are you on page 72?
I am.
So the
So what
purple,
would you take the hash back to? Just regular commercial?
the purple, office service.
But you said you didn't want this hatched, right?
Office service residential, is that what you're saying? Change it to that?
No, it is current, he's currently got, the hatch mark is office service residential.
Right.
Okay.
I would put, maybe half of that abuts the service drive back to just plain office service, and take the office service residential all the way up to, Cranberry Lake. Because I wanted to provide a buffer for the residential areas there.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
So have no solid purple, it'd be all,
Well, again, I'm asking for input. I wouldn't object to a solid purple on half of that hashed area that abuts the service drive.
Oh, I see, the frontage along M15 and the on-ramp. The frontage, to have that all office service, and then have the rear portion to be office service residential?
Yeah.
I got it, okay.
And then do you want the hatch to go all the way to Cranberry Lake instead of the purple?
Yeah.
That's kind of developed there already, isn't it? Got a
I think
couple
there's still
office
some
buildings in
vacant.
there.
Well,
It's
no,
pretty well developed.
it's
it is,
developed.
yeah.
The hatched part is just green, right? But the purple part's developed.
All of those, all of those parcels, you've got the former credit union, you've got the VFW, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You've got the Freedom
Yep.
One building.
And then a
And then-
vacant piece.
And then you have one vacant piece.
Are they that, I mean, not that this is real deep, but are they, does this represent the full depth of those parcels
Yeah.
too?
It does,
So,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
what,
So you're,
Legion is really deep.
yeah.
all right.
didn't we discuss that, I had a question about how that's zoned too, actually, now that we're there. In my mind, I was thinking if it's residential, it would be single family, or single, a single dwelling, not attached detached. It would just be like I think Brookwood's one of the streets back there, kind of the same flavor. What are comments on that versus attached?
Well, think about the area that is along the expressway. Probably not more realistic that it would not be a single-family development that's right there in the expressway on a large piece of property like that.
Well, I was thinking more like a small, a sub or a continuation of Brookwood. Isn't there like a water pumping station or something there? If they were to continue that over, they could just continue the neighborhood.
The problem is there's no access to that except through the,
It would be another phase or something.
yeah, I mean, the problem is the sole access to this. The sole access to this, I mean, theoretically, there could be access out to Holcomb Road, but practically, would that happen? No, because that property is all owned by somebody else. I just think that what you're gonna see ultimately, eventually, on that that large M15 property that Beaumont still owns, by the way, is more of a mixed-use type of development, and it would be some higher density housing. When I say higher density, there's no high density housing in this community. There is not, not compared to many other areas. We're 5 to 7 units per acre in terms of multiple family. Some office, maybe some medical, I don't know. I mean, but we would prefer to see the parcel developed as a unit and not be broken up in a whole bunch of different stuff. Because there's so many issues of the access that have to be solved, and that would be the only way that you would.
There's one curb cut there. Was that a restaurant or something? I don't know what that is.
That's
It's like a
Ross parcel. That's a curb cut.
It does, yeah.
people were dumping stuff there a couple of years ago, and
Yeah.
then they put a, I don't know, something was there, cause there's a parking lot, it's overgrown with weeds and stuff, but I don't know what it was used for. Maybe it was just a MDOT's staging area, I don't know.
I would say that probably the entire, I mean, the office service residential as a designation for the entire piece would be appropriate.
What kind of homes would be going into that?
Condos.
I don't know. Condos, I mean, we've had people come forward with, straight rental, some, are condos. We had somebody proposing more like a townhouse type of development.
Generally, isn't the language such that it's encouraged to be a PUD
Yeah.
or a PRD? So it gives us more control over quality, stuff like that. And
Well, in all likelihood, if it's gonna be a mixed-use type development, it would have to be a PUD. Because we don't have a category that really,
I think I would want, and I'm guessing Jason would want, he wants to avoid something like,
Yeah.
I-75 in Dixie or Lombardo's project or
Yep.
something like that.
The homes around that area are they're all custom homes. and
They
so
are nice.
I'm really
Yeah.
concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think a good quality project, multifamily, lower density condo project could fit well there and could act as a buffer. So
that's why I guess I still favor the designation. Frankly, I would suggest this designation as it's shown on here. I think I think what we thought your original idea was is probably the right idea. I would say on the east side, that property, I don't even, I think the office service designation on the east side is fine. I don't see that property. That property drops way off into wetlands, into, Cranberry Lake area.
Cranberry Lake.
Not Cranberry Lake.
Walters.
Little Walters Lake,
Well,
and it's low, and I don't see that as being developed for literally anything.
well, in the frontage along Clarkston Road is more heavily developed too.
That's right. And you have a gas station there, and there's a whole story behind this, but the night's late, I will tell you all about it sometime, about how we came up with this. It was all zoned commercial at one point in time. And we,
Locked it down.
Holiday Inn Express.
yeah. This is what so many people in this community don't know about all the heavy battles that were done to reduce density.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at an aerial, and I see from the aerial view, it looks like there's 3 commercial buildings there
Yeah.
at the intersection. So just do me a favor and make sure that your purple area kind of matches the existing.
Yeah.
And if there's any room to extend the hash area a little bit further.
To the north.
Yeah.
I think, well, we got one piece, yeah, I mean, the next piece up is vacant, so yeah, we could do that. And, but the Freedom One building is a substantial building, I don't see that going anywhere. The VFW is in between that and I don't know what's in the credit union now.
It's an insurance
Oakland
company.
Insurance company, I don't see that insurance company going anywhere. The VFW may probably go somewhere, but you're not gonna develop in it, that little individual
No.
piece in between as residential. It's gonna be built as an office or something like that. Or Freedom One, or the other property might take it over and expand.
They already share a drive, an access drive.
Correct. So I would suggest we take that up one more property, but on the east side, I believe that what we show as hatched as office service residential, it can either stay like that, or we can take it back to office service, it doesn't really matter. It's not gonna develop.
Yeah.
That's why we changed that designation, that way if somebody wanted to build a house or something, they still could do it.
Yeah.
So, it's fine as it is.
And I lied, I have one more comment, and this is technical. Like starting on page 40, future land use maps, we call them 2024, and I thought, in the prior ones, they were like 2030 future land, so shouldn't this be 2035?
Yes.
Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You say, what page?
40. And there's a couple after that.
In fact, we should not have even a date on it. It's very
That's
true.
fine.
Let's just take that date right out of there. It is the future land use plan for as long as you decide it's going to be that way. So we're gonna have that date taken, that date. It's just, they're just, they just dated it because of the date of the plan. So those really don't need to be in there.
You take all of them out?
Yes.
Anybody else got any changes?
Do you need a formal motion to go to the next step, or just?
We do. What I'm
Motion
asking
to-
you to do is say that you are recommending that the township board release the plan for distribution.
Make that motion.
Okay.
Joe made it. I don't think we need a roll call. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
That's without the 2024 date.
Yes, with those changes tonight.
Yeah.
Brian?
I just wanted to talk a little bit about we're gonna start looking at temporary signs. In the month leading up to the election, we took over 1,000 signs, close to 1,100, related to the election, okay, placed in illegal spaces. And we were fielding calls every day, and that's probably partially why the turnout was low in the election, because people were just fed up with it. I'm sure that had some factor to it. But Dick and I are gonna start looking at this and we're gonna have to start talking to our township attorney about how we can modify this. MDOT has a standard, 30 feet from the edge of the road. Road Commission has something closer to 15 feet from the edge of road, to where we can try to have some uniformity of these signs.
Notwithstanding any other, just 15 feet doesn't make any difference whether it's right away, sideway,
It's,
sidewalk.
or like the
It's just-
shoulder, the
Yeah.
edge of the pavement, or the line for the shoulder, designating the shoulder. So right now, we tell everyone, in order to keep it out of the right of way, generally it's behind the sidewalk. We're gonna look at, see if we can do that. We can't limit you to one sign per intersection. I mean, I don't think we can do that, but, we've spent our entire month dealing with signs. So, on top of the 350 some complaints we've gotten so far this year. And, we have about 30 that are open right now. So,
Do you think it was a good idea or a bad idea to give them back?
well,
Probably
I did get an
process.
opinion from our township attorney on that, because we sent one email letting them know what the ordinance was and that we would be placing them next to the dumpster. We sent a second email a couple weeks later. And then we were gonna do a third that basically said they're going in the garbage. Like, if you want a dumpster dive, you can go get them. But she advised us not to do that, and to follow our sign abandonment regulations, which is 120 days, so.
What if you just confiscated them and made them available after the election? It's just sort of like.
That's a thought.
both worlds.
Yeah, and that's something I'll have to get legal advice on. They have to be down by Friday end of day. And we're not gonna go out this weekend. We were out last weekend and the weekend before. But Monday, we will if there's any out still, we're gonna throw them in the dumpster. They're not gonna be saved and all of that.
Okay.
So, that's all it's late in the night, we all wanna go home, but I just wanted to just let you know that we're gonna start looking at this. I don't think we'll get it accomplished by November, but hopefully we can have some better direction for the future.
But November's gonna be a non-election almost.
I
I mean, for us.
I know.
It's a problem though, Joe. Think about the time frame it takes to amend an ordinance.
Well, no, I
That's-
understand that,
that's-
but we're not gonna have the sign problem in November. Well, who are we gonna?
It depends, yeah.
I don't know.
We don't know. I mean, and that's why,
Well, what, I mean, it won't be Independence Township.
well, there's gonna be a lot more general candidates who are gonna put signs out, for
Right,
sure.
right.
They don't know our policies and rules.
Right,
You know, but historically, it's not been a problem until this year.
Right.
So, this year, it went to full extreme, and, this is the first time too that we've always taken the position we're not gonna touch them. And this year was the first time we've done it. And we had to,
Yeah.
lots of complaints, and, you know, I have two guys on our team that have 65 years of combined law enforcement experience. I think they know when a dangerous hazard, when they see one. They almost got hit on the exit ramp on 75, picking up one candidate's signs. So, at Sashabaw, because they were all down into 75. So it's a real problem, and, you know.
Hey, Ron, bring me back a beer, will you?
Yeah,
me too.
We can't donate all this time, we can't spend all this time on signs as a staff, and, so we're gonna put our heads together. We're gonna go back and look at previous iterations of the ordinance and see if there's any way that, with Gilbert versus Reed,
Tricky legal issues.
yeah, it's made this very complicated, and that's why it's so loose as it is. The clerk's office kinda has some policies and, that they gave to every candidate, and they were all aware of it.
Maybe you could put an ordinance that says all candidates that want signs have to buy them from the township and they're for sale for $100 a piece. And you can have an unlimited number of signs.
I got two things, real quick, because Dick wants to leave.
So does Belinda.
So do I.
So does everybody.
Yeah. So turn the lights off when you leave.
Does, with the disappearing of local news and publication issues of public hearings and all that, I'd like us to entertain sending a direction to the board to amend the ordinance to require signs on the, be posted on property that's up for rezoning, locating what it's gonna get, noting what it's gonna get zoned to, when the, and generally, that's at the cost of the developer, they're required to do it, it's no cost to the township. And, I've seen it done before, I think it works really well,
Orion does it.
yeah.
thought we already did
I just
that. We
think
don't
White,
do that?
White Lake does it too.
We should do it. yeah.
So, if you guys are okay, I'd like to put it on the agenda for next month,
I agree.
if you guys think it's a good move.
Yeah, it used to be required by law and then they took it out. So now it's no longer required, but it's not something you cannot, you are able to do it.
Yeah, I'm totally, that's fine. That's
You make a
helpful.
note of that? And then that last thing I have is, I'm just gonna pass it out, we don't even need to discuss it. This is the summary of the tree preservation ordinance we discussed at the last meeting, and I put together the summary, so it's just for your review. I've got one there for you and Brian, two there. And my plan is to present it to ROAC next Wednesday,
Right.
and see what kind of input they have, and then hopefully next month come back and do a final review and hopefully seek a resolution to send it to the board to ask Mr. Carlisle to draft it.
Well, ROAC will probably be sending one too, so we need to coordinate that.
Yeah,
Because ROAC will be sending one of their own.
well, yeah, we need to.
You know, and we need to
No,
coordinate that, somehow get it into one, because
I
it's
was gonna say,
silly.
why do we need two?
We don't, but everything is so disorganized, we got to.
So
Are we
with that,
adjourned?
I will take a motion to adjourn unless anybody else has anything else.
Motion to adjourn at 10:19.
Second.
All in favor, aye? Opposed? We're done.
Okay.